Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we will get started in just a minute. Okay. Who is it? Okay. And you'll bring me the rest?
I'm about to now.
And I thought this was going to be a nice, quiet meeting. It's good to see everybody here. We will call the March 18th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4:02. And we will start as we always do in just a minute. I'm going to ask you to stand. You can stand if you care to for the invocation and then for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I just want to let you know that if your faith group would like to participate in an invocation for any of our meetings, just send an email to Carissa Green, kgreen @volusia.org, and she'll get you all set up. Today we have Rabbi Paul Falk from the Ariel Congregation of Orange City. We're welcome to have him again if you want to come forward, and let's stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Avenu Hashemayim, our Father in heaven, we come before you first and foremost to give you thanks. Help us, Father, not take for granted so many of the blessings you've poured out into our lives. To be able to live in a country where we can express and have freedoms to enjoy every single day. For the resources you've given us in regard to Volusia County. Help us go back to the garden and understand our role of being able to tend and keep them. That the generations that come forward in the future will be able to enjoy them as well. We thank you for the stewards in front of us that have offered their lives and time to serve us, to serve this place and in this time. We ask for your wisdom and your guidance as we go forward. Again, we thank you for all the blessings that you just pour out. Amen and amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Having just said the pledge, I want to ask this question from county manager or anybody up here. Has anybody heard if the space station astronauts have landed on Earth yet? Are they still on the way?
I think they're still on the way.
Nobody's heard?
I think it was going to be after 5, between 5 and 6.
6? Okay. Thanks. It's an amazing feat. Okay, if you would call the roll.
Mr. Santiago. Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent. Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Chair Brower.
Here. So we do have quorum, barely a quorum, but we will start with public participation. If you came to speak, please sign a card over there and we'll still get you in. The first on the list is Mr. Paul Richardson. And when you come up, Paul knows this, but just tell us where you are in the county. You don't have to give your full address for safety reasons, but tell us what city, town you live in so that your representative knows you're here. And you have 3 minutes to talk. There will be a timer on the screen on the monitor here. Please make sure the microphone is near your mouth so we can hear you. And Mr. Richardson, thank you for coming.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of The Land. We recently went from standard time to daylight saving time. Everyone hates this nonsense. There's a huge movement to stay with daylight savings time, but I think that is a mistake. As you can see, there are serious health concerns by sticking with the daylight savings time. The Daytona Beach News Journal says it best, quote, economic arguments have been used to support daylight savings time. However, some of their claims have been undermined by further research, and others turn out to be poorly documented. Pit those against the solid body of evidence supporting standard time, which researchers have established promotes more and better equipped quality sleep as a healthier option for most Americans. And it should be clear, health wins. Alive Americans spend more money than dead ones. And I sent you the link to that News Journal article. I hope you can read it in its full time. But as you can see on the second slide, this one right here, standard time is supported by a 2-to-1 margin. It is high time that we ended daylight savings time. And on a more personal note, I hope that you reappoint me to the Cultural Council. I am 100% commitment to its mission. There is nothing I won't do for the Cultural Council. Unfortunately, you will see less of me here. I'm exploring the possibility of starting a new chapter in my life. If you need me for anything about the Cultural Council, you have my phone number and an email address. And I do appreciate you, and if anytime you want to talk to me about the Cultural Council or the mission, please give me a call, email me, whatever. You guys have it. But thank you for your support and your generosity in this endeavor, and God bless. Oh, here we go. God bless Mercer County, God bless America, and our eternal ally, Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hill.
Hello, Dave Hill, Miller Road, here to talk about Miller Lake. Right now we're losing about 2 inches of water a week without any help from the pump. Just 7 days, evaporation, no rain, 2 inches a week. On March the 10th, the city of Orange City received 0.47 of an inch of rain. With that 0.47 inch of rain, Miller Lake rose by an inch. And I went over in the rainstorm and stood there and tracked the water just to see where it was coming from and where it was going. That was just a typical summertime rainstorm. So I just want you to know, with the height that the water is at right now in Miller Lake, typical summertime rain is going to push that lake up to the top of Miller Road. But if we get a storm, we're going to go back underwater, and it's going to be even higher this summer. So I really feel a sense of urgency about doing something. We haven't heard from anybody from the last time we met with you. We've heard nothing. And it's been my experience, if you hear nothing, nothing's going on. So I have a major concern about where we're headed. The water in Miller Lake is higher than it has ever been. The water level is about 1.5 feet from the top of Miller Road. The islands in the retention ponds owned by Volusia County, all the trees are dead now. These islands used to be people's backyards. There's 50-year oak trees there that are dead. So this is not normal, the height of the water. My point is, Volusia County approved the 2017 Royal Oaks permit. You agreed to let that water roll to Miller Lake. You also had 2 additional permits for the dredging of Miller Lake and creating those retention ponds. You agreed to take this water, but you don't have the means to limit the water. The water is just free flowing to us. You don't have the ability to stop this water. The 2017 permit there that was issued to Royal Oaks was supposed to be for a weir and an outfall discharge pipe for Royal Oaks. That's what the permit says. It's supposed to be for Royal Oaks. It is much more than that. The discharge pipe has stormwater grates on the north and south sides of Tremont Drive. These grates take in water from about 4.4 acres of rooftop and asphalt surface from the Big Lots Plaza, including Tremont Drive. That has nothing to do with Royal Oaks. So that's 4 acres of water. please look at the permit. I'm asking you to look at the permit, the 2017 permit that you all gave approval for, and ask for a revocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Hill?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Peggy Hill. I'm from Miller Road. We used to live across the street and a long distance from Miller Pond. It's currently still in my front yard. At the last council meeting, you were shown a photo of Miller Lake taken from Miller Road. It really didn't show the severity of the flooding problem and why there's an urgent need for a solution, as well as for pumping to be restarted to help with the immediate flooding threat. So this photo is from the day after the last council meeting, and it shows Miller Road on the edge with you can see where the water is. And the second photo is from last Saturday, the 15th, taken, I tried to get it in the same spot. You can tell there's little to no change. You can see the water's right almost exactly where it was almost 2 weeks prior. So during those 10 days, we had that one rain, 30 minutes on March 10th. Other than that, it's been dry, so little to no change in the depth of the water. And then the last photo is the same spot. Oh, okay. This is the second photo that shows how close it was. So the last photo is here. You can see the island in the background there that David was talking about with the dead oak trees on it. That's the Volusia County retention area with the island that they left. So basically the water hasn't changed much in 2 weeks. Still no plan, no real solution from the county. And if the lake isn't taken down to pre-2017 level, the huge amount of water that's still flowing in from east of 1792, if it's not stopped, we won't need a hurricane to flood, just a rainy season will do it for us. The road will go under, houses perhaps. It's imperative that we improve our situation immediately and that this is prevented from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Nicholson?
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Couple of things. I believe you all have Oak Ridge Boulevard at Daytona Beach, and you might have A1A and Cardinal Drive in Ormond. When I went to eat breakfast 4 o'clock Sunday morning, like I always do, the lights are within seconds in green. You, I think, have 7 seconds at A1A and Oak Ridge. If you need to turn, you've got 7 seconds. And if you're traveling down A1A, you get to Cardinal, you have 6 seconds to make that light. People on Cardinal have 45 seconds to use a light, but those on A1A have about 6 seconds. So I think we need to look at that. Those times are way too short. Secondly, I need you to help a little bit with Daytona Beach. You have property on Beach Street, an item, I think it's B, with the traffic court. That property is sitting empty. We're having a lot of development in that area. So if you all would use that property, I think they want to move the courthouse over to that property. You had a county building on that property. I would like you to sell the property that faces Beach Street for condos, because we absolutely need bodies downtown. We need income. Those condos would really add income both to the county and to the city. Third, you have an item, $350,000 to elevate one house. I know Don made a comment about a year ago. When we're renovating houses that are more than the house is worth. So I don't know what the value of this house is, but $350,000 is basically the new house. So I'm wondering whether we're going to keep doing that and whether it's a waste of money. The landfill, I'm glad on item 11 that you're doing it annually, because I hate waiting 20, 30 years and say, oh, by the way, we're so far behind we have to jack it up $5 or $10. And lastly, Miller Lake. I've seen these people here several times. It's just unconscionable that they have to live like this. They're stating that there's a problem. We know that there's a problem. Tad has come up and said, these are the reasons why it's happening. We've got to find a solution for these people because they can't live like that. Thank you.
Joshua Rivera.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm from Miller Road as well, Josh Rivera. We're asking for help. You know, we come here, we keep on saying the same thing. We're asking first, please turn the pumps back on. We were making progress with that. That's not the end all be all. That's not the ultimate solution, but that can buy us some time if we do have another hurricane from completely destroying everyone's property and houses and putting people's lives at risk. Miller Lake has no capacity. Those pictures that were shown up there that Peggy showed, Miller Road is barely not underwater. So they were pumping, it receded. There's still other areas that completely flooded on private property. Miller Road, the water is barely not over Miller Road. It's just barely to the side. So that just shows you, just a little hurricane or just regular rain from the summer is gonna overcome that. We're asking to remove the 2017 permit Weir of Royal Oaks that has allowed water. We're draining all the commercial properties on private property. Why is that allowed to happen? It's not right. Who's allowed it to happen? Why has it been going on so long? It's affecting all of us tremendously. The time to act is now. Hurricane season is going to be way too late. We're asking for help now so we can get ahead of this and have some type of safety net. So this is the same thing we're saying every time we come here. What's the current plan to fix the flooding? What are we going to do? There's still no communication between us to you, from you guys to us, as far as what's the plan. So that's very concerning. And we're asking to stop putting our families' lives at risk. When we're driving on a road that they dumped 150 dump trucks of millings that's 6 foot over the road and there's water on either side, you're putting people's lives at risk. How safe is that? If something happens to someone, we have children in these vehicles, you have moms that can't put their kids in car seats driving down the road. It's 100% unacceptable, not safe. And my other question is our community being targeted? Is there a reason why this has been allowed to happen for so long? And it's horrendous. So is there a plan that we need to know about that's going on that's allowing all this flooding to happen to our neighborhood? Because it's unacceptable and it's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tony Frank.
Howdy, y'all. Name's Tony. I'm with the Miller Road Gang. Really not a lot to say. I know y'all get a lot of, get tired of hearing it, but the fact of the matter is, and you have taken steps to help us when you dropped the millings when we were flooded, couldn't drive down the road, and we appreciate that. But then you took the millings out. Didn't make no sense. I don't know who come up with that brain thought, but when the rains start again, we just, like Josh said, that water's damn near level with the road in the low spots, and you had the low spots covered, So I don't understand it. Now, the one thing that I haven't heard anything, like say, we don't get a lot of communication from y'all, but we were flooded for 4 months. We couldn't use the road without a temporary road. Didn't nobody from the county call me and tell me, hey, we'll lower your taxes a little bit because we really screwed you over by letting the water from the Orange City businesses just free flow into the lake. And then we got these bozos in Orange City that say, well, that's natural flow. That's a bunch of bull. It's not natural flow when man puts valves, pipes, and guides the water to a point that goes right into Miller Lake. That's not natural flow. That community has been there for a lot of years, since the Civil War. There's Civil War cemetery over on Shady somewhere in that area. It's been around, and it's never had this kind of issue before. It's because, the other thing, we were told that, well, we can't pump the water because it's against the law to pump water on other people's property. Well, it's the same damn thing when y'all route it to our lake. It's the same thing. It ain't no different than pumping it. You don't have to turn a switch on when you just route it to flow into our lake. It's wrong, y'all. It's just wrong. And, I don't understand, because the permit says if there's adverse conditions that this permit causes, I'm talking about the Royal Oaks permit, that it will be addressed. So why don't y'all address it? Any reason? No reason? Don't feel like it? You got families living out there. My property isn't worth squat. If I wanted to sell it and move out of this county, because it is the worst county for flooding in the state of Florida, if not the country, I was just really high up on both of them, I couldn't do it because my property isn't worth squat. There isn't a person in the world that would come down Miller Road past that horse ranch and buy anything. Anything. You couldn't give it away. So my question is, are you guys trying to depreciate it so y'all pick it up and just make a big old retention pond out of it? Because if you are, make me an offer and I'll leave. And I won't come to these meetings anymore and bother you. But y'all need to grow a set of stones and do something. The first thing to do, the first practical thing, is stop the water coming in from all the businesses in Orange City. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, Alec Redner.
Did you say mine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Daytona Beach Shores. Former Republican Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Ballard joined David Miscavige in an opening ceremony for the Church of Scientology in Miami, which we all know Scientology is a human trafficking, family-destroying cult. Byron Donalds and Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Ballard have been good friends for years before he died, which makes me wonder what Donalds thinks about Scientology. And I think we know powerful influences of Scientology influence the Florida GOP. They've lobbied numerous times against weed legalization, and they promote wacko theories like Narconon rundown drug programs that have killed dozens of people and have been shut down with numerous lawsuits. So I say no to Donalds. I much prefer Aaron Smith Levin for governor. There's also been a pattern in the United States with this diversity, equity, inclusion justice system. Like if you're Wes Watson in Miami and you defend yourself against an aggressive nigger by standing your ground, and you get charged because you're white. And this also applies to Sophia Rosing. She also got charged because she's white. Free Sophia Rosing. I don't care for either party. I think they're both diversity, equity, inclusion, and they're full of Scientologists. Also, Trump and these MAGA Scientology people, they're really getting crazy. I think they're trying to move against the Senate and judiciary with these emergency power declarations under the Alien and Seditions Act. And Thomas Jefferson said no to the Alien Seditions Act because it creates this speech where they call it seditious libel. And Trump now has liability protection for his so-called emergency power declarations. And I think he should be impeached because I think these MAGA people are really starting to go against the Senate judiciary, and that affects checks and balances. Thank you.
Make America great again.
No, please, no more outbursts in the chambers. It's difficult enough. Sarah, is it Sarah Edwards?
Yes.
Hello, thanks so much for having me. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I am a public affairs specialist with the U.S. Small Business Administration. And I am in currently Daytona Beach, Florida, in Volusia County, to help anybody impacted by Hurricane Milton or Hurricane Helene. We have recently extended our deadline for application to April the 27th. And I'm just here to let everybody know, anybody who might have been impacted with their personal home or their business, they can apply for our loans, like I said, through April the 27th, as they can apply in person. We have a location at the UCF Business Incubator that's located at 601 Innovation Way in Daytona Beach, Florida. Also, anybody, if you want, you can go to our website. That's www.sba.gov/disaster, and you can apply that way. Like I said, it's for anyone who was impacted personally, their home or their business, as well as property damage and economic injury. So feel free, like I said, to visit us in person at 601 Innovation Way in Daytona Beach, or go to our website, www.sba.gov/disaster. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. I appreciate it. Is Michael here? Mr. Communications? Is this information updated on our website? There he is. Michael Ryan? Yes? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Cindy Harris.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. Cindy Harris, New Smyrna Beach. That's great information from Sarah, by the way. And I'm here to support the Miller neighborhood, Miller Lake neighborhood, but I don't want you to forget the other neighborhoods in Volusia County as well. I live in one of the neighborhoods on the east side over here in New Smyrna Beach that is also forgotten. We live in a bowl 25 feet above sea level, and I just want to send out that reminder that there are other neighborhoods that are also forgotten that get flooded and continuously get flooded, and we get forgotten as well. There's so many people that get forgotten. And although the SBA is an awesome thing to get help when you have those economic damages, but when you continuously have damages to your property that really you just can't afford anymore to repair, and where do you go? You've lived in this house for over 50 years. What are you going to do? You're retired. You've expended all of that money that you've saved up to live that American dream. What do you do? It just keeps coming and coming and coming, and we do need a solution. We just got to have a solution. So please don't forget the other neighborhoods as well. I understand them so well, what they're going through. I understand so well because I live it too. There's so many people in this county, being the #1 county that floods in Florida and the 7th in the nation. That's one list I don't want to be #1 on. I'm sorry. So we've got to come up with a solution. Somehow, let's just brainstorm and get it done. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public participation for the beginning of the meeting. So we will move to item 1, the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the agenda as written by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
And a second by Jake Johansson. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved 5-0. We have a number of consent items, and I'll just let the council know we have one person who would like to speak on item P. We also have a person here that would comment on item E, only if any of us have questions on that item, or if you wanted to pull it for any reason. So that said, is there any items that the council would like to pull for a vote? No. Is there any items anyone would like to comment on or have staff comment on? No. That being the case, then I will ask for Connie Colby if you want to come and speak on consent item P.
Good afternoon, Connie Colby, District 4, Ormond Beach. Consent item P is a resolution submitting an additional transportation priority project application to the Volusia Flagler Transportation Organization. Why does it not say what this project is? Since all new project applications and letters of support for this unknown project are due at the VFTPO by March 31st of this year, it leaves no time for input. Additionally, it states that The priority process requires 10% of local match money on county roads. Is this a county road? If so, how much is it costing? I'm assuming this has something to do with Avalon Park, but it doesn't say. From the beginning of that project, in the beginning, the developer said that he was going to take out a $75 million bond to pay for road improvements that would be approved by the city and county. Sounds like that's not happening. He was going to pay for replacement of the aging two-lane bridge that would allow LPGA Boulevard west of I-95 to be widened from 2 to 4 lanes. I'm taking all this information from newspaper articles at the time. He favored construction of the new I-95 overpass that would allow Hand Avenue to be extended west to connect to Avalon Park. Just for Avalon Park, we did not need that. He offered to contribute money to help pay for traffic improvements, including a new 4-lane bridge over the Tomoka River. And he was also willing to help pay for widening of the stretch of West Granada Boulevard from Avalon Park to I-95. The reality is, none of that's happening. The only roads of the developer is considering now are his internal roads, and the entire county of Volusia is expected to pick up a tab that's going to cost probably close to $100 million for the bridge over the wetlands, and nowhere, it's going to go nowhere because Nova Road in Ormond Beach, it does not go all the way through to the river. The developer is going to make a huge profit on the backs of the residents of Ormond Beach, and the council voted to accept responsibility for that bridge without even knowing how much it's going to cost and putting that burden on the backs of the taxpayers of the entire county. It is mentioned that this plan was worked on with the city and county traffic engineers to create the road plan. There were 2 years of talks with the parties. We don't know who those parties were, or the abutting citizens. Were any residents who drive these roads multiple times a day included? The developer claims that he would do nothing to harm Daytona Beach. Nothing was mentioned about Ormond Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on the council at this point have questions on item E? There is a person here to deal with that? No? Okay. I'm not going to call you then because you said only if questions, wherever Grady is. You good with that? Grady, where are you? Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Move to approve consent agenda.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by Jake Johansson. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Pardon me? You have a question on this? Okay. Okay. Questions or comments? Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
I didn't know if somebody from Public Works could give an explanation as to item P to kind of clarify for Ms. Colby.
Thank
or
you.
Anybody else that's wondering.
Good afternoon, Council. Jay Williams, County Traffic Engineer. Item P includes a new project, which is an ITS project, fiber optic cable, which will help us establish communications between traffic signals that we maintain. So that project is on a combination of both county and state roads. The majority of that project is within FDOT's jurisdiction. In addition, I think there was some discussion about the match requirements. If it was solely on a county roadway, there would be a match requirement. In this case, because it's primarily a FDOT project, us putting it on doing the application is more so just to facilitate the funding of that project by FDOT because it needs to be on the TPO's priority list. So it's more of an administrative effort for us to coordinate with the FDOT to advance this project.
Ergo why it's involved with TPO.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes. So that was just an addition to the list.
Yes. Yep.
list has been around for a while.
Yes.
And, okay, thank you. Okay, consent agenda, all in favor, unless there's any other questions, or all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And consent agenda is approved 5-0. Item 3. We'll start getting to all the people in the audience. Item 3, confirmation of appointment of Aaron Van Cleek.
Yes,
Sure how
Mr.
that
Chair, as Aaron comes up, I am pleased to bring forward Aaron Van Cleek for council confirmation. This will be for the Department Director of the Emergency Services Department, of course, which has fire, EMS, and emergency management. Aaron has nearly 22 years of service here in Volusia County. Began his career out at Road and Bridge. He's worked his way up through the ranks. He's developed extensive knowledge through operational knowledge through positions at Parks, Recreation, Culture, and of course, most of you are familiar working with Aaron through the Management and Budget Division. He served as the Deputy Finance Director before accepting this interim Emergency Services Director position. He has comprehensive understanding of county operations and finance, provides a strong foundation for leading emergency services initiatives while maintaining a fiscal responsibility. His commitment to professional growth is evidenced by his academic achievements. He's earned both his bachelor's in business and a concentration in private sector and a master's degree in business administration. He has a blend of practical experience upon multiple county departments, and is uniquely positions Aaron to, I think, implement the innovative approaches that we need for emergency services. Aaron.
Would you take a few questions first?
Please.
Okay. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
I just wanted to point out his head got just a little bit bigger the whole time you were reading that. So no, I've never met anyone more dedicated to the county and to be so familiar with so many aspects of the county. So I commend you, and this is a huge role that you're taking up. So back in the day, these guys were under public protection, and I think it was the right move to separate that. And what a great guy to lead it. So with that being said, unless there's any other comments from my colleagues, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve your confirmation from
Second, Johansson.
from Vice Chair Reinhardt, and a second from Jake Johansson. I did have one question. We all know you well because you've always made yourself accessible to the council during budget time and whatever time. But I do have a question. 2 degrees from where?
University of Phoenix.
Of Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
Good. It wasn't. He's not a Gator, but
No.
if anybody wants to consider
By
that
heart.
okay. Be careful. There's some Seminoles.
He already made the motion. He
There's
can't take it back.
There's some Seminoles. There's some Seminoles in the room too.
That's okay.
probably.
Everybody makes their choice.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop right there. Okay. We have a motion to confirm and a second. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? You are confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Aaron.
Had you still wanted to speak?
Just a minute,
Okay.
real quick. Santiago's not here to motion.
That's right.
to
You can
end it,
take
so-
5 minutes.
I can take 5. All right. Just really quickly, I just want to say for the past 22 years, I've had the privilege of serving this county in various capacities, watching it grow and evolve, facing challenges alongside remarkable people who make this community so special. There are so many people I can stand up here and thank who have helped me get to where I'm at, and so many memories that I can share along the way, but I'll keep my comments really brief so we can move through the rest of the agenda.
It is with extreme excitement and humility and a great sense of responsibility that I am honored to accept this position as Emergency Services Director, and I look forward to continuing to work with these amazing individuals of the Emergency Services Department. I want to thank Council, George and Suzanne, for this opportunity. I guarantee I will not let you down. To George, I cannot overstate the impact that your leadership and mentorship has had on my career from day one. George was the Road and Bridge Director when I started, so I've had a lot of time to work with him. Your wisdom, integrity, and dedication to public service has shaped not only my professional development, but also my understanding of what it truly means to serve a community. The respect I have for you runs deep, and I hope to honor your example in this new role. I also want to thank Ryan Osowski for the last 5 years, 5+ years of friendship and collaboration with him. We made a great team in the finance department, and I've learned a lot from him. I do have a large support system of family and friends that I'm extremely thankful for, and I would be remiss not to acknowledge my parents, who were both dedicated Volusia County employees before retiring last year and are here today. Mom and Dad, you have always been my biggest supporters and the foundation upon which I've built my life and career. The values of hard work and compassion that you instilled in me are the reason I am the man I am today, and you two will always be my heroes. I am so lucky to have parents like you. I also want to express my appreciation for a special person in my personal life who provides constant support and encouragement. You know who you are, and your love and belief in me gives me strength daily. Above all, I would thank God for putting me in the position to succeed and for the opportunity to serve this community in a greater capacity. Thank you.
Can we ask your parents to stand? They're coming. They're coming up for a picture?
I don't think we're doing pictures today.
We're not doing pictures.
Move it along.
No, where's Pat? Okay.
I have
Congratulations.
To say, I do have to say, well, first of all, congratulations, but I am going to comment on his father because it's very apple. You know, but when we're talking about pumping and floods, Mr. Van Cleek out there did a yeoman's job during multiple floods and is very, very familiar with flooding, especially in that particular area, Miller Lake and down into Barry, in those areas. For many years, he operated most of the pumps and stuff that were in those areas, Deltona to Barry, especially when we were the public works agency that ran DeBerry and Deltona back then. So it's that very, the guy's a one-man machine out there. He's retired now, and it doesn't surprise me that he produced such a hard worker as Aaron. So.
Can we reinstate him just for the
I'm going to
Miller
ask.
Creek job?
I was getting ready to go over there after the break and see what he's been up to.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be a lot of support for that, did there? Okay, thank you, Aaron. Congratulations. Item 4 is another confirmation of
Yes.
Dr. Randa Matuziak. Mr. County Manager, you want to?
Yes, as Dr. Matuziak comes up, this, of course, will be for the department director position for public protection, which includes, of course, our correctional area, our animal control, beach, and the medical examiner. So quite a wide variety group here. So Dr. Matuziak holds a BA from the University of Texas at Austin and a master's and PhD from Sam Houston University and an MPA from UCF. Dr. Matuziak held the position of assistant professor and graduate coordinator at the University of Central Missouri, served as an adjunct faculty for the Department of Criminal Justice at the University of Central Florida. During her time of higher education, Dr. Matuziak engaged in work with practitioners in local and state government, and through these projects, she discovered her passion for public service. Randa joined Volusia County in 2016, beginning as an administrative services manager for research, and moved into the Public Protection Administration in 2019 to assist with data-driven performance measurements and projects that we have in that department. She is well-versed in the operations and management of public protections, which originally did include the current Emergency Services Division. When the department split, Randa remained on the public protection side as the operations manager, has been part of the management team supporting the department and its division since 2022. And on a little personal note, when she's not working, she enjoys spending time with her husband, Matt, her 2 dogs, Emmett and Louie. She enjoys music, travel, and scuba diving. And of course, what she probably has already started to figure out in her interim time, she's not going to have a lot of time for that because these are very demanding positions, both emergency services and public protection. Very large, very critical departments, and I'm very excited. As Randa's an innovator and a great listener, and just very proud to present her for a confirmation.
Thank you. And before I call for a motion, I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak, but also to warn you that Matt Reinhardt has already got his name up here to talk about
I
you.
expected nothing less.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, Dr. Matusiak.
Oh, for my comments, yeah. I just, I'm optimistically going to say I am just so excited, and to County Council and Council Chair, I'm just so excited about this opportunity. I am beyond thrilled and grateful and humbled by the fact that you would trust this department and the people in it to me. To Mr. Rechtenwald and Ms. Conchin, thank you so much for the support and the guidance that you've provided me over the past several months in my role as interim, and really beyond that since I started here in the county and specifically with public protection. To kind of throw back to when I was a professor, when students were graduating, they would always complain about having to go to graduation, and I would tell them, listen, graduation isn't for you, it's for everybody that helped you get there. And so I couldn't help but think of that during this time, preparing for this meeting, to be able to acknowledge the people that got me here. So for the prior department directors, Joe Pozo and Mark Swanson, who taught me invaluable lessons about leadership and really a passion for public service. My, frankly, peer mentor, Susie Darby, who puts up with all of the wild ideas that I kind of throw her way and sometimes tempers them a little bit. I have the greatest support team in Public Protection Administration with Michelle McAllister and Denise Kaczynski. And I've heard you say before that George does a really great job in hiring the right people, and that could not be more true than it is for our department and the division directors in our department. For Angela Miedema, Tammy Malfers, Joe D. Moore, Dr. Fulcher, Carla Orozco, and everybody that works in public protection, those division directors are at the pinnacle of their careers. They are absolute experts in their field, and I trust them with the information that they provide me. I couldn't ask for more. And really for the entire team with public protection, I have just been so excited to work with them and have absolutely loved every minute and opportunity to learn from them. Like Aaron, I would be shamed, honestly, if I didn't recognize too my family who's here with me today. My parents, Clay and Jean Embry, are here, who have been with me forever, obviously. But then also my husband, Matt, who has been supportive of me since we met in our doctoral program at Sam Houston State. So he's put up with a lot along the way. So I just appreciate him so much for that. And I just very much look forward to continuing to work with all of you and with everybody in the county. And it is my absolute pleasure and honor to do everything I can every day to serve the people of this county.
Great. Can we ask your family to stand before Matt does
my monologue?
That's my mom and dad and Matt.
Congratulations, and it's good to see Mark Swanson in the back. Welcome. And did Joe make it?
I don't think he made it today, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Here it comes, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I remember when this young lady was brought in to corrections, and seeing, first off, I don't think there's anybody more excited besides your parents and your husband than that man standing back there for you, Mr. Swanson, who kind of gave you that path. And I always wonder, you know, in that line of work in corrections, you always wonder about the person on the outside coming in to take over that division. Mm-hmm. And I am so confident in the fact that you're going to take this to the next level. I really, and those aren't just words. Yeah. So I'm very excited to see what we'll bring. You have been nothing but receptive to any of the ideas that I've thrown at you. I know I bring it up every meeting, and I'm going to continue to bring it up. But you have some of the most awesome people working for you. Yes. And I can say that because I know them. And so I look forward to what you bring. I look forward to what level you take the county to. And hook 'em horns. And that being said, if there's no objection, I'd like to make a motion for the acceptance of Dr. Randa Matusiak for Director of Public Protection.
And the second is by Councilman Robinson. What'd I call you, Robinson? Just be glad I called you. Okay. Councilman Danny Robbins makes the second. Thank you for your words. That's interesting to hear. Thank you for your a long career already. There's public protection is one of the most important things that we do. And Matt, if you can bring up corrections every meeting, I'm going to start bringing up beach safety and promote them. So thank you all for coming to support her as well. Is there any other questions? All in favor of this confirmation, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And you are confirmed 5-0. Thank you.
Okay.
And now for the next big crowd that I see in the room, the confirmation of appointment of Scott Olson to the position of Division Director, Veterans Services.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce and bring forward Scott Olson for confirmation for our Veterans Services Division Director. Scott came to us, was born and raised in Southern California. Kind of has that California look. In 2005, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman, and he completed 4 combat tours in Iraq and in the Southwest Asia Theater. Boy, thank you for your service. And following his deployment, Scott served as an instructor at the Non-Commissioned Officers Academy in 29 Palms, California. After leaving the Marine Corps in 2014, Scott transitioned into veteran advocacy, joining Volusia County Veterans Services in 2018 as a Veterans Services Officer. Scott also, he has his bachelor's degree, and he now serves as the Interim Veterans Services Director, continuing his commitment to supporting fellow veterans. I can say in the community, I hear many, many good things coming out already with Scott. And he lives here in DeLand with his wife, Shayna Olson, and their 4 children. And I'm very excited to bring him forth for confirmation.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak first, or do you want us to speak?
You know what? I will go ahead and I'll take a quick 60 seconds. To George and Suzanne, please accept my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to not only serve our county, but our nation's heroes as a Veterans Services Director. To Brad Burball, our Community Services Department Director, sir, thank you for your steadfast leadership and your mentorship. And to my wife and kids, I love you. Thank you for your support and your unconditional love as we navigate the public service leadership as a family. And to the best veteran services team in the state, and I don't say that lightly, these guys behind me, I truly appreciate your hard work, your dedication to the veterans in our community. And to our county council, I am committed to your strategic goals of enhancing our operational efficiencies, improving the customer service experience, and providing responsive and fiscally responsible services to our community. So everybody here in the audience, thank you all for your support. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jake Johansson.
Matt, it's kind of like the prison when it comes to veterans, right? So, you know, when Scott mentioned family, he looked in the second row at his family, but the guys in the first row are the ones that are choked up, right? Got another guy about to lead the team. I very much appreciate everything, Scott, that you do, that Bob did, that your team does. It's a bunch of guys right now, is that right? All males, but you have had females in the past. I know one of them helped me get where I am, so I know. But I don't say we're born with public service in our bones, but we learned it pretty quick in boot camp, right? And we lived it for our time in uniform, and to be able to continue that. It's not easy, but to be able to continue it is something that we take that humble pride about. So I appreciate everything that every one of you do for every person you help, including citizens outside that have problems with their cars and have medical conditions and all that stuff. I like everything you do, Scott. You were on the radio. I don't know if it was recorded, but I heard you last Friday. Some are good, some are bad, but yours was good. No, they've never been bad. But and when I go around and go to the VFWs and the Legions and talk to sailors, soldiers, and airmen, nobody has any. They complain about the VA. They complain about the military. I have never heard anybody say anything bad about Volusia County Veteran Services. So I appreciate everything every one of you present and past have done. Thank you very much for your continued service. That's all I have.
Well done, Jake. I just wanted to say one thing, and I really don't want this to sound like hyperbole, but when we all listen to what you've already done, and we hear about your service to our country, time after time after time after time, putting yourself in danger to protect our liberty, you and the men like you are a national hero, and that is. You can't not recognize that. But I am wondering, with all of that service, why you need so many bodyguards here. So thank you. Do we have a motion? We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Councilman Johansson. Any other questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are confirmed unanimously. Congratulations.
So much. Thank you. So my wife would not be happy if we did not get a picture before we left. So.
Okay. And your children are here?
The children. It's always about the kids. Here, come on.
Yeah, come on up.
All right.
6, confirmation of appointment of Nicholas Ventura. George Rechtenwald, would you like to introduce him?
Yes, this is my pleasure to bring forth Nick Ventura for confirmation as the Division Director of Building and Code Administration. Nick is an experienced Deputy Building Official and Code Administrator professional with a proven track record in building department operations, plans review, and inspections. He has served over 15 years. He was an electrician. He worked 5 years in Public Works, 3 years as a building inspector and plans examiner with the City of Daytona Beach, 2 years as the building official for the City of South Daytona, and 2 years with Volusia County Building Division as the Deputy Building Official. He holds multiple state licenses and brings a deep understanding of code compliance and construction standards. His leadership experience includes serving as the lead electrician for Courteau Electric, assistant supervisor for Public Works of the City of Daytona Beach, building official for the City of Daytona Beach, and the deputy building official and interim building director for Volusia County. He has an in-depth knowledge of both commercial and residential building systems. Great knowledge of construction practices, the county's building regulations, and growth patterns and community needs. He was born and raised in Volusia County. He is committed to ensuring safety, efficiency, and compliance in building operations with the goal of being the best building department in the area. So I'm happy to bring forth Nick Ventura.
I thought you were jumping right in. Nick, go ahead if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, just say a few words. A lot of my friends say I'm the man of the few words, so I'll just say a few things. I just want to say thank you to George and Suzanne for the opportunity in this council, my wife and family for the support there in the third row, and my awesome staff back there for all their support. The former chief building official, Kerry Lusinger, for his support. I'm excited to serve as the next building official for Volusia County and serve the residents, and born and raised here, so I'm pretty familiar with Volusia County. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Councilman Jake Johansson.
Thank you. So, Nick, I noticed Kerry's arms are behind his back. Did the cops bring him in from the prison, or? So I know that's a tough job, and I know that not many people come in with a big smile on their face and a hug telling you that you did them right. So, you have an obligation, and Kerry used to remind me every day in Port Orange and even here that the rules you kind of follow are mostly not ours when it comes to building official stuff. So, do your best to come up with more innovative ways as technology gets better to get your job done as efficiently and as effectively as possible. But keep following the rules. Are there for a reason. So I appreciate everything you're about to get into. Well, you've been getting into it, but following Kerry's footsteps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Before I ask for a motion, can I ask your family to stand and we can recognize them? Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Chair.
We have motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt. I'm not sure which one. Second by Jake Johansson. Any other questions? All in favor of confirmation of appointment of Nicholas Ventura, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are confirmed unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Isn't that the position that may require bodyguards? Okay. You were the motion and Jake was the second.
Okay.
Item 7, confirmation of appointment of Veronica Black to the position of Division Director, Management and Budget.
Yes,
Mr.
sir,
County
Mr.
Manager.
Chair. Very big pleasure here to bring forth Veronica Black as for our Division Director position of Budget Director. Veronica Black brings over 15 years of professional financial management experience across both governmental and educational institutions. She notably spent over 10 years at Daytona State College as the Budget Director, where she managed planning and development of the annual operating budget, collaborating with leadership to develop institutional budgets, as well as prepared financial statements. Her career path shows consistent growth and responsibility and expertise in governmental accounting, budgeting, and financial reporting. Veronica holds both an MBA and a bachelor's degree in administration. She's also a certified government financial officer, bringing professional credibility and specialized knowledge to this position. And as Ryan will attest, that's a very important part of that. She previously served with us as the Assistant Accounting Director before accepting the Interim Management and Budget Director position that she's been in. And we're very excited to have her join the team at the division head level. So congratulations, and I bring her forth for your confirmation.
Great. Veronica, welcome. Say a few words to the council.
Sure. I just want to say first, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Mr. Reckenwald and Ms. Conchin for your vote of confidence. Look forward to working with both of you. I would like to express my appreciation to Trudy Murdoch, who recruited me, to Lynn Urice for bringing me on board as Assistant Accounting Director, to Ryan Osalski for the opportunity to serve in this advanced capacity. Your support and mentorship have been invaluable. I also would like to thank my budget staff for their support and patience over the last few months. I'm honored to work alongside such talented individuals. And finally, I'd like to thank my family, my husband, John, who continues to be my biggest supporter, encouraging me and celebrating every milestone along the way. To my 3 children, Angelina, Adair, and Bella, who have shown patience and understanding when work demanded my attention, whose smiles and hugs have provided the perfect reminder of what matters the most. And to my parents for instilling hard work, integrity, and perseverance, which has brought me here today. Your support and wisdom have shaped not only my career, but the person I am. I could not have made this journey with every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to ask, which one's Bella? I knew it. As soon as you said Bella, she went, it's me. So definitely, that was awesome.
Yeah.
So, and if you want to invite their family.
Yeah. Would the family please stand? And I'm not going to mention who your dad is because I want your confirmation to go well.
Ah. And if no objection, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt makes a motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Johansson. Any other comments? I'll make one comment since I teased your dad. He is one of the hardest working men I have ever seen, serves on a board for our county that's incredibly busy and incredibly important. And it gives me great encouragement to know that you come from that family. So welcome. All in favor of Veronica Black, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? You are confirmed unanimously.
Thank you.
Good. Because Pat's not here. Yeah, Ronnie, 2 steps to your right. Sure. 2 steps to your left. Congratulations, guys. Okay, we will continue as the chamber clears out with item 8, the 2025 ECHO Grant Cycle Award Recommendations. Dr. Burbaugh.
Yes, sir. Council members, before you are 4 ECHO grants that have scored 80 or above in the cycle that was reviewed and recommended to you by the ECHO Advisory Council. Those of you that were here, and when we were first elected, we talked a lot about nonprofits and providing them access to ECHO dollars. This shows success in that category where we have 3 nonprofits and 1 municipality who've applied for the funding in this cycle. So glad to answer any questions you may have about the project's process or cycle.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve as presented by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Jake Johansson. And we do have one member of the public who would like to speak. City Manager of DeBary, Carmen, welcome.
Thank you. I didn't expect a motion this quickly, but I just want to respect the process. Thank you very much for your support and partnership. We appreciate everything you do for the city of DeBary. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
Because you're here, Carmen.
Excuse me?
It's because you're here. That's why I went so quick.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any other comments from council? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are approved 5-0. Now, item 9, as another changing of the guard. Approval of the award of Banyan Development Group, LLC, for affordable housing development funding.
All right. Good evening.
And Carmen Hall is going to do this one. Thank you.
Good evening. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. So this agenda item is to approve $1.7 million to Banyan Development Group. This funding comes from federal and state grants that must be used towards affordable housing, and it will develop 84 units of housing. And this will leverage almost $32 million from other funding sources with a return of investment of 18-1. There is an extensive presentation, not extensive, but a longer presentation if you'd like for me to go over the agenda item in more detail, or I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, let's see what the council's prerogative is. Don Dempsey.
Well, I didn't have any questions for her so much as I had
Okay.
comment.
Any questions directly for Carmen?
Motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt and second by Jake Johansson. And for comments and debate, Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, guys, I'm just kind of being consistent with how I've been historically towards affordable housing development in our county. I don't think the general population wants more development. I think we had a lot of people here during public comment this morning complaining about flooding, which they equate to development. There's been a lot of discussion about moratoriums against further development. I voted against it, but I don't know if I like seeing taxpayer money, regardless of where it's coming from, going to incentivize more development. So there's 3 reasons why I'm really kind of concerned about it. One, I believe, like I've said before, I believe that the housing market will just correct itself. I found some articles from Yahoo Finance quoting the Census Bureau. In 2022, we had 300,000 new residents to the state of Florida. 2023, that dwindled from 300,000 to 100,000. Last year, it's dwindled to 64,000 new residents. So we've got 20% less or I'm sorry, 80% less new residents than we'd had 2 years ago. So that's created the highest inventory of homes for sale ever in state history. We have a record number of houses on the market for sale. In 2022, the state had 40,000 houses. We now have approximately 170 houses, 170,000 houses for sale in the market. So it's quadrupled. It's going up 4 times, based on Realtor.com and Redfin. So I think the market's correcting itself. I don't think we need to add more housing, 84 new dwellings, when we have a record number of houses out there for sale right now that aren't selling. I don't know if it's the government's function to contribute to more development to compete with the private sector and putting even more houses on the market. Prices have come down. I just don't think it's our function as a government right now, I think, to go against what I believe is the will of the people, to not have more development, definitely not use their tax dollars again to develop more. So that. Also, I'm concerned about Sunrail. We're developing this out by the Sunrail station. I understand we all want Sunrail to succeed. I want to see it succeed. I kind of agree with Ed Kelly, though, from 5 years ago in his sentiment that, we should, if at all possible, pull out of Sunrail, because he was a very big pessimist about the success of Sunrail, and I kind of share his sentiment. 2036 is, I believe, our exit date when we can pull out. And this is the first year where we're actually going to test the waters and see how much this is going to impact Volusia County. I think the projection is $10 to $15 million. I think it's going to even be higher than that. So we have no way of knowing if this is something that the future council in 2036 is going to even want to keep. So fast forward 11 years, Sunrail is a huge debacle, and we went out in 11 years. How fair is it to these developers for the county to be creating this aura that this is going to be here for long term, that this Sunrail station is going to be here 30, 40 years from now? So go ahead and keep developing this area when the future council may end up pulling the rug out from under it in 11 years. So if a developer wants to do it, buyer beware, or builder beware. I just don't know if we should be putting taxpayer money into an area that may be a ghost town in 11 years. So that's the second reason why I'm against it. With the government building more affordable housing, a lot of this inventory, this huge amount of inventory that we have, these developers are sitting on, homeowners are sitting on, they may be forced to rent if they can't sell their properties to pay the mortgage or service the debt. I mean, why would we want to create an environment of 84 competing dwellings against these people who might be struggling to survive, and their only way of even staying afloat is to rent these properties they actually wanted to sell? So I think it's bad timing for us to be adding more inventory to a glutted housing market, especially using taxpayer money, especially in an area that may end up being a ghost town in 11 years if this Sunrail thing does not work out the way we all hope it does. But in reality, it's a losing venture. We just don't know how much of a losing venture it's going to be. So I think it's kind of premature to kick in taxpayer money into this right now. So that's why I'm a no on this, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with a lot of what you're saying every time you say it. But where I think I differ a little bit in opinion is that the homes that are being built now, the apartments that are being built now, not in a ship home affordable housing or workforce housing environment, are a little bit out of the price range of your brand new RN, your hospital workers, your police officers, your firefighters, not to, yes, your prison workers, not to mention all the other people in the service community. You go to a hotel and your room gets checked every third day or only when you ask, because they don't have enough people in town to take care of your rooms on a daily basis. So this type housing is giving those people a place to live close to where they work, as opposed to going somewhere else. Additionally, as you've seen up in Tallahassee, there are conservative lawmakers who are pushing affordable housing on us, and I would prefer to do it in this capacity on our terms rather than having it shoved down our throat with the Live Local Act, and have people just come in and start building it in places we don't want. If it's where we want it, which this is a place that I think would benefit, then maybe there won't be a move to put it where we don't want it, which is right next to industrial, which could someday be a fuel farm, which could someday become a problem for the people that live there. So this for me is I don't want to call it the lesser of two evils, but a good compromise to get us where we need to go. Keep some of those firefighters and those young police officers and all the other beginning wage people, give them a place to stay for a few years before they can afford that house that's going to be coming down in price in the next few years. So I believe with the philosophy, I live with the philosophy, but I have to compromise here, and this will be a yes vote for me, but it is a good argument, Don. Thank you very much.
Well, I got to tell you, that's two of the best arguments that I've heard. Thank you both for your input. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And Don, again, I agree. I understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying. Totally understand where you're coming from. But I also, at the same time that you were saying that, and I'm going along the same lines as what Mr. Johansson was saying, the Live Local Act, we're all familiar with and what's coming. And it's coming. And a lot of the strings that go along with that are still attached, and that kind of scares me. And then when I saw where these housing or the apartments would be, what is one of the biggest parts of affordable housing that kind of constricts those individuals is transportation. And we're putting them right near transportation to getting to and from work. We don't want this to be their forever home. We want them to succeed. The hand up, not the handout. And I guess that's how I was looking at it. And when we talked about workforce housing, and yes, 2 years ago, sat right in this seat after being sworn in, and we went through a list of properties that the county was wanting to unload. And I asked you guys, there was one piece of property in District 2. It was a 20-acre spot. And the vision I had was for affordable housing. And Carmen and Brad are very familiar with what I'm talking about. And we're still working on that. And one of the things I identified is I wanted to be for affordable. Because I can tell you, I was that single guy in law enforcement that couldn't afford it. And I lived, fortunately, in a trailer in Osteen because my parents owned it. And I was able to do that. That's not everybody. I see it today. I see it, the guys that are being employed today, and we're giving them a great salary, George, thank you. And we work through that. But guess what? They're still struggling. So that's, when I look at that, the less of two evils. The balancing act that we gotta provide, and we gotta help them. The market it has a lot of homes. You're right. There are a lot of homes out there. I'm fortunate enough to live in an area now in Daytona that has a lot of really big homes, a lot of nice homes. They're not selling because they're asking so much money for it. And I don't know what their financial situation is. I commend them the fact that they can sit on that with the power turned on to be able to show the house, and it's sitting there for months and months and months. One house that I'm looking at right now, we're in 2 years. It's been sitting with the power on. It's not selling, and they're not budging. They're not budging. The lady that owned it, she doesn't have to. And a lot of them are in that situation. I don't know if that's the case for all of them, but I wonder, are they asking too much? This is an opportunity to give that hand up, not the handout. And so that's why I'm a yes on this. Thank you.
Don wants to speak again, and I'll let you speak right now. I had all of this brought a question up for me for Carmen.
Go ahead.
Do you want to speak first? I'm out of step. We're already done with questions. Anybody have an issue? Carmen, can you? This is taxpayer dollars, but it's a grant. Where's it come from?
So there's two funding sources. One is the federal government for home funds, and then the other is our state housing initiative partnership program, SHIP. So both must be used for the development or rehabilitation of affordable housing.
And that's our only choice.
Correct.
And you are exactly right, both of you, of what's happening in Tallahassee right now. And we're probably not going to like it. Options are going to be taken away, and we're going to be told what to do. Just one other question for you, because I refer a lot of people to you that call and ask for help. Is there a need for affordable housing in Volusia County?
So this particular project, it prioritizes those households that are at 80% of area median income and below. And currently we have over 10,000 units in the negative for that income category. Higher income categories, we have more units available, but for those income categories, your lower income households, for instance, a family of 3 that they could make up to $60,000 a year for their household and still be eligible for this housing. So you are talking about people who are starting out in their careers. Maybe it's a single mom, single father, smaller families that are making up to $60,000 a year that would be eligible for this housing at 80% and below. There's currently a deficit of over 10,000 units for that category.
Do you have any idea, is there any way to know when we approve one of these projects, are the residents that are moving there, are they locals or are they coming from some other state where housing is even worse?
Right. So we can't say if they are, we can't make rules.
I know you can't discriminate against it.
I would say that a lot of them are moving in this area or from this area because there isn't enough housing for that specific category. So, but we could look into that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
I didn't know if I could ask Carmen a follow-up question, just based on your question. Is that all right, guys? Carmen, and thank you for what you do. I do appreciate it. I don't always mean to be a stick in your side. But based on that $60,000 threshold, what would be the acceptable rent level for that family of 3?
So I can pull that up. Hold on a second. Let me see if it's in here. It's a sliding scale depending on the income threshold. So
Right.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
I think you said the cap was 60,000, so let's just run with
Correct.
that.
So a family of 3 at 60,000, they would have to be under $1,700 a month in rent.
Yeah. Okay, and that would require a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Yes.
Well,
And a 2-bedroom, 2-bath would, I'm sorry, a 2-bedroom, 2-bath would be right under $1,500 a month.
$1,500. Well, I know of a $1,400 a month unit that's been sitting available for months in the land that hasn't rented yet. And I've talked to realtors that say that there's a glut of available apartments on the west side at or below that range. So just from my own lay experience, because I rent to people, it seems like we have a surplus already at or below that threshold.
So I can say that our data comes from Schimberg, and they do the study statewide. And so specifically for Volusia County, they take in various factors. It's not just rental units, it is the private sector also, and they take into all those factors when they come up with their numbers. I don't personally come up with the number of the deficit number of units. We rely on the Schimberg, their affiliate of University of Florida. And so their number says that it's over 10,000 units.
Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate it. I didn't know if I could have my second comment added to my time, if that's okay.
You want to
I'm getting the stink eye from
deny?
Jake, but
Councilman Robinson denies it.
well, no, it's just, I know just because I'm in the real estate market and I do rent, and I know that $1,400 in the west side for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath is market rate. So we already have affordable housing available without calling it affordable housing. Matt, I'm glad to see that you grew up in a trailer court, at least through some part of your childhood. I did too. I grew up 3 or 4 years in a trailer park. Nothing wrong with it. It's affordable housing. And here we've got more trailer parks in our county, and the government is competing with those trailer parks. The government is now going to be competing more with these private landlords who are trying to rent their places out for $1,400 a month or whatever it is. There's a glut of apartments available in the county, is my understanding, based on my experience in talking to realtors. So I just don't see, I mean, if we were talking about $700 a month or $800 a month rent, okay, that's affordable. But this seems to be just market rate. And I just don't see where the government should be incentivizing more development to basically create competition for established trailer parks or private apartment complexes, let alone these spec homes that have been built by ICI or whoever the developers are, and they're sitting on them and they can't sell them. So they're going to have to rent them to cover the nut. And so I don't think the timing is right. Jake, your argument about the Live Local Act, I totally agree with you. I mean, that scares me. And it's a great point, but I just don't want to create more competition for the private sector. And that's why I'm against this respectfully, guys. Thanks.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Carmen Hall. You had quoted there's about a need for the 10,000 units. Do we have any data showing where those 10,000 families are staying now?
I do not have data on that. However, I can say a lot of times families, they will double up. Sometimes multiple families or multi-generations will live together in overcrowded housing. Sometimes, they're living in units that are more not affordable for them. So then they're sacrificing on other living expenses, such as food, medications, maybe extracurriculars for their children, things like that, in order to afford the more expensive units.
And do we have any, at our local level with our programs, are we able to identify the true need for affordable housing versus, or seeing that do the applicants have an affordability issue, or do they have a spending issue where they need something affordable? Do we even look at some of that stuff?
So we're looking at household income as a whole. And so we don't necessarily look at what they're expending. However, the larger the household, the higher income you can have. So it is really low thresholds when you're looking at it. These are the maximum. A family of one can't make $46,000 a year to qualify. So even we're not looking at what they're expending their funds on. However, those are lower incomes. And so just the cost of rent alone is taking up a huge chunk of that and that monthly income.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Carmen. Brad, did you have something?
One of the things I'll just say is we are turning to the private sector. This is a strategic public-private partnership where we're partnering with a developer that's going to leverage $31 million in outside funding in our county, which is going to, again, produce many jobs in our county in order to build this structure. The naturally occurring is what Schimberg calls it, as naturally occurring affordable housing. So they're taking that into account when they do their analysis. So the homes that may be on the market or in that affordability kind of space or segment, those are being taken into account when they're doing their analysis of Volusia County. And I will say, kudos to this council because we've made progress. When we started this and with our affordable housing summit in 2022, we had an absence of about 13,800 units. But through us continually providing these state and local grant funds that are earmarked for this approach, we've got it down to about 10,500. So we're hopefully not going to have to do this forever when we get to a point or when wages catch up with rental growth. Remember, we've talked about the growth of rent. The growth of housing, buying a house has grown over 30% in the last 3 years in our community. Add that if you own a house, insurance premiums have rose 39% over the last 4 years. So those are the things that we're looking at in the market right now and why folks need help. And if you were to look at our list of employees just in our county that make less than 46,000, it's a decent amount. Many other government public service jobs as well.
Thanks, Brad. Chair,
Yes.
are we into comments yet, or would you prefer to stay with?
We don't have a motion yet. You can.
Do we?
We do. We have a motion and a second. I still have one more question that you
Go
guys
ahead.
keep encouraging me. Anybody there, if the council turns this down, what happens to the money? What happens to us?
So the funds will have to go to another strategy. It can go to development of a different type of housing, or it more than likely would go to rehabilitation of existing affordable housing. So those are your homeowners, which we already have a decent amount of funding allocated towards that strategy, but it could go towards that too.
Is there anybody here from Banyan?
Yes.
I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but when I hear there's 84 units,
Correct.
1.7 million, and the rents are 15 to 1700.
Right. So that is, I would like to clarify, that is the maximum rent. So if, as the incomes of households go down, then their rent is more affordable. So that's the maximum that they can charge. But if you have an extremely low income family that's at 30%, their rent is going to be adjusted and will be more affordable for that household.
Okay, because I agree with Mr. Dempsey. That doesn't sound affordable
Right.
to me, the rates that I'm hearing.
That would be the maximum.
Would you? Yes, you may. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. So there's an average of 60% of AMI across the whole development. So we'll have some units at 80, potentially 70, 60, and down to 30% of area median income. And the rents for those tenants cannot exceed 30% of that threshold. So if it's 80%, you said it's 60,000 a year, excuse me, then 30% of that maximum income level would be the rent that could be charged. So you take 30% of the $60,000 over a 12-month period. And so that would be the monthly rent. And so there's a sliding scale of different AMI bands that would make up the development. And I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but the average will end up being 60% AMI across the development between the 30s and the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80% units.
Okay.
So it tries to cover a cross section.
Thank you for that information. For how many years?
50 years. Yep. And so we're
Okay.
long term.
That's the longest I've heard so far on affordable housing project.
And that would be because of the state.
Yeah, the state. So just to our pleasure, they changed the affordability period to 50 years about 2 years ago. So all of the things that we bring before you is a 50-year affordability period. One of the things that your staff has done too as a strategic approach to these is we're partnering with folks like this who will get tax cuts at the state level as well, tax credits rather, not cuts. But what that does for us is the state will be the one monitoring the affordability and hiring the contractors to do that for us. So it takes us out of that long-term obligation of funding. Now, of course, we could have someone, if we knew there were issues or if we wanted to do it, but this is a strategic approach to align with a state program that will be doing the monitoring and compliance on a yearly basis to make sure that there's folks in those apartments that truly need them.
Okay. Does it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Introduce yourself, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Alexander Kiss, Managing Partner, Banyan Development Group. We've been here before on some previous types of funding and weren't lucky enough to obtain the award, but we want to do business in this county and believe in doing housing next to the Sunrail station and hopes of helping take cars off the roads and finding decent places for people to live who are in need of housing. The funding that we would get, it wouldn't be state tax credits. It would be a federal income tax credit that we would leverage over a 10-year period. And what that's doing is getting private equity into the deal. And so then the private equity comes in and takes the federal tax credits over a 10-year period. And that leverages a significant amount of equity funding to allow us to keep the debt at a manageable level, to be able to service all private debt as well, so that we can keep the rents down. And so that's the key funding that we would, by the county funding this money, it would be a de facto approval or ranking priority in the county level to getting the federal income tax credits that the state allocates. And so they look for the counties and the cities to prioritize a deal in that municipality or county, and then that rises up to the level that that it competes for goals at the state level. So the state, they administer and allocate federal income tax credits to developers for specific projects, and then we leverage private equity funding, typically from banks, and they take the income tax credits over a 10-year period along with private debt. And so it's a significant amount of capital. So this 1.7 million, it will be essential to the development moving forward, and we would welcome any additional comments or feedback or guidance or anything that you guys would like to see in structuring it and making it the development that you'd like to see in that area. And we'll continue to work with you guys at every level.
One more question for you. If being rented for 50 years, if a resident calls their AC's out, their plumbing's not out, do you manage the property or do you hire a management property company?
So there's 4 partners to our Banyan Development Group. 2 of them own and manage a property management company, AGPM. And AGPM has roughly 10,000 units that they manage throughout the state and the Southeast and the Atlantic and all the way to Colorado at this point. So we all manage together, but AGPM is the property manager and the owner, and they will see that, and actually the owner is made up of the ownership of Banyan Development Group as well. 4 principals. I'm just not part of the property management group, but they would respond and take care of the tenants at every level and work with them to work with the AC. And so we actually provide the hot water through an efficient gas-powered boiler system that helps keep their utility costs down, and tenant would pay electricity. And so, but we would be heavily involved in making sure it's an efficiently run and everyone is happy. So, yes, so we'd be in it for the long haul. We'd have 15 years of compliance at the federal level for the tax credits.
Okay, thank you. And Danny, one last question. This is really short. Did you have a question for him?
I had one last question as well, and then I can say my closing. Brad, please. Can you clarify? I heard some things about some taxes. Will these folks still pay property taxes?
Yes.
Are they going to be responsible for paying the impact fees, prop share, and do they have any tax credits or deferments?
So tax credit deferments, no, they get tax credits in exchange. Tax credits is the capital that they use in order to bring equity to their deal. So in terms of impact fees and others, I would defer to growth and resource management. I'm not sure if this council, if we did we make the change in terms of impact to the...
Some cases I've seen them waived. I want to make sure that
I will say this to you, Councilman Robbins. If there was a deferral or a waiver, it would come back before this council. It's not granted today through any action.
You know, definitely for stormwater, prop share, impact fees, Brad. But I appreciate it, guys. And just to kind of close this out, this goes back. I feel a lot the way Don does, and I'll repeat a quote from Ronald Reagan. I think I've said it before. A government program is the closest thing to eternal life on this earth. There's some situations where we need this. Folks that are in extremely low poverty, folks that are special needs, elderly folks that need certain things. But when I hear 60,000, for an income, and why I ask certain questions the way I do is because I know all of us, including myself, I lived on a lot less than that growing up, and there's times where you have to work that 80 or 100 hours a week. A lot of us have done it. I know I have, and I want to promote more independence and less government dependence overall or philosophically. But I would honestly prefer that we start looking at these funds to go towards rehab until we have some of our other issues addressed. We have a lot of studies going on out there, a lot of stormwater upgrades and some other upgrades that we're all collectively working on. Don, I think you made a couple good points, but also too, we wonder why, and it goes into a whole nother discussion about the 30% in property rise. That's because of a much greater issue with inflation and just printing money at will from the federal government. So, but I still don't think that other taxpayers should be responsible. If it's hard enough carrying the weight of your own family, I don't necessarily agree that everybody else should carry the weight of other families and my families. I have too much pride for that. But there's certain situations where I can bend, as I noted earlier. But at the end of the day, folks, tax dollars are tax dollars. I don't think it's wise to keep growing this in this manner, especially with all the issues that we're facing. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin, and when you're speaking, if you have any additional information on on Danny's question, how it affects impact fees and property taxes, if at all, if you know.
I think I would like to defer. I don't know on the impact fees off the top of my head. As far as property taxes go, there are provisions for Live Local that preempt, I believe, our local government authority on property tax exemption, especially for units at this 80% and below threshold. We did opt out above 80% to 120, but they did not give local governments an option on that below at 80% and below. The reason I just asked to chime in is that I heard the developer mention that the average of the units would be 60% average median income and rent. So some could be as high as 80, others could be as low as 30%. And so I looked up what the rent thresholds at 60% would be, since that would be the average rent that they're committing to. And for a 2-bedroom unit, that's $1,119, $932 for a 1-bedroom unit. So that would be, I think, what I'm hearing is the average rent could not be any higher than that. So $1,119 for a 2-bedroom, $932 for a 1-bedroom, and these are the most recent numbers from the Florida Housing Department.
Thank you.
Would I be able to clarify one additional point?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah, we did not have any impact fee waivers or property tax exemptions in our numbers. So another reason why your funding is critical in this case, or the grant funding is critical. And I just want to make one point, and I totally agree, self-sufficiency, independency, hand up as opposed to handouts. I think that's well stated. I just want to point out that the low-income housing tax credit program was created federally during Reagan's administration. Mm-hmm. Public-private partnerships was what they were trying to encourage. It's very well supported in Congress, bipartisan, and it works because it brings in capital and helps spurn growth and wealth and things of that nature for local governments and nearby property owners, et cetera. So, but no, the income tax, the property tax exemption isn't eligible when you are also leveraging funding through a land use restriction agreement like we would need to for 50 years, we're not eligible to get a property tax exemption. Florida does offer a property tax exemption after 15 years for affordable deals, separate statute. And for a senior, you can also, if you have a nonprofit general partner of the project itself, then you can you're eligible for a property tax exemption, not part of Live Local. Those are separate steps.
I am thrilled to hear that correction. Thank you.
Of course.
Councilman Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir, my second bite. So one of the things I heard was if we don't do this, the money can be used to fix houses, and then she comes up and tells us she's going to put money toward fixing houses, and we complain at the cost to fix a house over, well, can't we just buy better housing for them? I don't want this council to catch themselves in a circle to not spend this money. Either we use it or we give it back, but we can't keep complaining about it. I don't like the policy of the federal government giving us all this money to do what they want us to do with it, but it's going to be spent. This isn't cost avoidance. This is cost shifting, unfortunately. So I hate the mentality, and darn well, I'm doing everything I can personally to influence higher authority to stop doing it, but we can't do it today. So as I've seen at the state level with our governor, even when he gives money back to the federal government, it goes to some other state. We don't fix the problem. We just go to bed knowing that we didn't do it here, which might be a good strategy, but it's not a strategy that we talked about as one of our main strategies here on the dais. And if we are really, really dedicated to not doing that, I think we Carmen, close your ears. We need to take a serious look at the departments and what they do and decide whether we need them anymore. Because those two departments work very hard, or one department, I guess, but community services and affordable housing. And I don't want them to keep on coming up here if we're not going to spend the money that the federal government gives us. So we need to have a serious philosophical discussion about SHIP, home, LHAP, HEAP, HOP, and all the other stuff that we give, and decide whether we're going to do it or we're going to leave these people to fend for themselves and learn the hard way that living's tough. So I look forward to that discussion. Right now, I think this is, I would rather spend money on this than spend $350,000 to save a $125,000 home. I would rather show the people that live in that home this new apartment that they can live in and buy their home that flooded for cheap and turn it into a whatever George needs it to be to solve the flooding issue. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Robbins.
I swear, Chair, this is the last time may I speak to the applicant, Chair?
Please. Yeah.
Sir, just one quick question. If I just understood it correctly, and maybe I just need a better understanding of it, you advised after 15 years that statutorily you can apply for those tax exemptions, right? This may be a little unorthodox to ask. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to the question, honestly, but I think there's a statute. There's a seniors tax. Is it only for seniors? Okay.
Yeah, the only reason I asked that is what you had said earlier in your previous statement, that after 15 years there's a separate statute where you can apply for these. I'm trying to get to a yes, if this helps, if you can help me with this. If we could research that, I don't know how quickly we can do that, but would you be willing, and the only reason I ask this is we have a lot of folks here in Volusia County. We hear this thing, and this isn't your fault, that growth doesn't pay for itself, okay? I'm sure you probably hear that across the state. But in this case, council, the taxpayers are going to be absorbing this, not only with the offsets, but now potentially from year 15 to 50 or whenever, now they're going to be absorbing these tax benefits as well, and it's going to be put on their backs. To get me to a yes, would you be willing to, and I hope I'm not crossing a line here, waive that statutory right to not take advantage of those tax exemptions after 15 years?
I appreciate where you're coming from. I think part of, and I believe that is the statute, part of the purpose for that is to avoid a development that is long-term affordable but becomes functionally obsolete, and the property doesn't generate enough income for capital expenditures to keep the project from becoming slums. And so I think that part of that income, that property tax exemption is a useful tool to keep up the property and make sure it's a good asset in the community. So I don't know that that's the most sound decision to make right now.
Because that would get me to a possible yes, because I
understand.
And you see where I'm coming from. I'm not, this is nothing has to do with you, but.
I mean, and these statutes come and go in at the state level, and ORF, and I don't know that I'd be able to give you the ability to give you an across-the-board kind of information on that, and I'd hate to lead you astray on that.
Understood. Thank you.
Of course.
And council, at this point, everything we're doing is we're making it good for other people, but bad overall for long-term taxpayers. We're ultimately, at the end of the day, they're going to have this on their back. So without some of these other questions being answered, I'm a no.
Councilman Dempsey.
And if I could just have one last comment, only because in response to what Suzanne had mentioned, I just Googled rentals in DeLand, Florida, since this is going to be the competition for the DeLand rental market. There's 11 rentals available right now as we sit here for $1,275 a month or less. Right down the street is 2-bedroom, 1-bath, $1,250 a month. In the Carriage Apartments, Spring Garden out there on West Minnesota, just by the truck route, $1,250 a month, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. 2-bedroom, 1-bath on North Stone, right up the street here. West Indiana, 621 West Indiana, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, $1,275. Osceola Street, $1,175, 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It just goes on and on. Right here, West Rich, 630 West Rich, right down the road, $1,250 a month for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. And by the time these are built, I would anticipate that those prices are going to come down because of this glut. Again, we build this on taxpayer money. We're competing with these people. Their own taxes are going to be used to compete with them, and they're not going to be able to rent this. They might very well be doing this so they could pay their mortgages. I just don't get it. I don't think it's, I understand the live local argument that Jake made. It's a wonderful argument, and I really respect his point, but I just don't think the government should be competing with these private landlords that are, what I think, are struggling right now on a fiscal cliff that's going to probably get even worse for the housing market. I think we're right at the cusp of another 2006, 2007, 2008 collapse. So that's why I'm against it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Any other comments? We have 2 members of the public that would like to speak on this before I call for the vote. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I'm having a problem with this. I've had it in Daytona Beach. It's had it in Miami. It's been going on for 50 years. It's nice to say that the top end is $60,000, but nobody mentions the bottom end is $18,000, which is almost half of what the poverty level is. So it's not even up to the poverty level. And we have property for our HUD housing on the river at $250 a month. Okay? Now, $250 a month is affordable until you realize that $200 of it is utilities. So they're only paying $50 a month rent. In this day and age, it's ridiculous. We've done this 10% unit thing in an area west of the city years ago, about 30 years ago, and the 16 units within a year were uninhabitable. Okay? We have a unit in Daytona Beach, affordable housing, on Clyde Morris. At the last commission meeting, one of the commissioners says, now it's affordable housing less than a year, and it's uninhabitable. All right? But they're saying it's the roof is leaking, there's mold, there's this, there's that. It's the construction issue. What is the quality of this project? Because you can't move somebody in and then not have quality lifestyle, regardless of their wealth, okay? So I'm asking you to look at this very carefully. Also, in this day and age, how many families have one income? All right? I understand your wife never worked, your wife never worked, your wife never worked, your wife never worked. That's not the case. Most times, if you have a family, the wife goes out to work, especially if you don't have children. So the income is not $18,000. The income is not $60,000. The income is much higher in a two-family home than in a single-family home. So what are we gearing this towards? Are we gearing it towards the seniors, which obviously needs help, all right? Once you get to a certain point, the income is just not there anymore, all right? When you get out of college or high school, you can't afford it. When I got out of college, I lived in a trailer in Palm Beach. I worked for Delta Airlines, got transferred to Palm Beach. Palm Beach is not cheap. So I lived in a trailer for a year because I couldn't afford the rent. It happens. So I'm asking you to look at this very carefully before you commit to 50 years, 15 years, et cetera. Thank you.
Dr. Wendy Anderson.
Thank you, Wendy Anderson. I live in DeLand. This item caught my attention on the agenda a week or so ago, and I came just to listen to the discussion. I don't have a strong position, yes or no, about whether this should be approved, but a few things I wanted to point out based on the discussion. Councilman Johansson, if I'm reading the future land use map correctly, this is zoned industrial for whatever that's worth, and whatever other land uses might come up in this area in the future, it is industrial. Also, the elevation of this site is about 23, 24, 25 feet above sea level, which is a pretty high spot for that area out there. It drops off very sharply to the west, down to about 4 or 5 feet above sea level, where you have this kind of north arm of Lake Beersford that slides up in between this site and Huntoon Road. And we've seen that flood quite a bit in our big flood events over the last few years. This is a high and dry site above that, but there are private homes immediately in the parcels immediately west of these two parcels that are slated to be developed. So if you put, high density housing there, it is going to probably shed some additional water onto those homes just west of it, but east of that flood zone that could put them at higher risk. So, those are the perspectives that I usually bring to the table in a conversation about this. Obviously, I just paid my taxes, my federal taxes, and I would love to see my taxes come back to my county to serve, my neighbors. And so I'm, philosophically not opposed to that. But I don't know if this is a good spot for that. I guess my other point is, if this is workforce housing, but we're expecting them to get on a train and go work outside of the county, then we're not really talking about our workers, are we? So I don't know. There were just some kind of inconsistencies in the dialogue there that I thought I'd point out. But good luck deciding on this one.
Thanks.
Okay. Pardon me? Yeah, come and do it. This is really important, and I don't know where the council is right now.
I heard the meeting today with the flooding concerns, and so I just want to point out with the state and federal regulations, we keep the water on our site and treat it for the 100-year storm. And so right now, the water will go into the homes from the property that is high to the lower land. We would hold that in retention ponds. And so we would be improving the flood situation for the neighboring properties that are lower and taking some of the flooding that comes from the parcels that are up above us and come through, through our site. So there's really strict water management regulations in the state of Florida to avoid this type of thing for multifamily developments. And so, that we use our civil engineer put together some responses to some 5 typical questions ahead of this meeting. I hope you all received those. But they were talking about how we would engineer the site and flooding concerns and things of that nature. So happy to clarify any of that. And I don't want to dismiss your point about paying taxes at the county level, property taxes. I think that is, what else, what better position to represent the county on than that. And so I'd like to reconsider. I'd like to try and work with you on that in a way that the development can sustain over the long term. So I just want to come back and try and continue that discussion if you're open to a yes vote. Would it a simple yes to that?
Chairman, respectfully.
Yeah, please.
In order to make this deal better, not just for me, but for our constituency,
Sure.
If that were to be presented where that tax burden is absorbed, like kind of you own it, right? And it doesn't go to the taxpayers, you put more responsibility on their backs, you have my word that I'll support you.
Okay.
And that may help too sweeten the pot. I don't know where this council is either, but also too what elected official in my thinking, my thought process would deny that opportunity to make it better. But I see the county attorney coming on. I guarantee I'm probably in some gray area to be negotiating this, but I do think it's a better deal to put that on the table if it's legally allowed.
We also operate Banyan Cove and worked with the city of DeLand on that, right on International Speedway, just west of Woodland. And that's a very successful development, and it garnered tenants from the local area. It's a senior project, and I say project, but it's again private, and this isn't government housing. We're leveraging income tax credits. There's no funding being committed from the government. There's no ownership from the government. But that project has done really well. Has stayed full. Had a lot of demand, wait list, and so there's a tremendous need for local residents. Oh, okay.
No, this is, I think this has been really important and hopefully helpful to the public. It's a dilemma. And this is not my time to speak, so I'm Michael Dyer, county manager. County attorney.
Yeah, I'd rather be attorney.
Can you do 2 jobs?
So if it's the will of council to entertain the request about can you waive those taxes under existing rules, we don't have an answer for you right now. We would need to table this, bring it back. Let me get with staff, make sure we're in compliance with applicable SHIP rules and that type of thing, which we can do. We just can't do it at the table here. It seems like that the applicant was amenable to that, but I'll let him speak for himself. So if that is something that council does want, let us look at it with staff and bring it back to you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'm going to make a motion to table to the second meeting in April. And the reason I want to do that is because Dr. Anderson brought up a good point, too, that it is an industrial. So if this doesn't happen, and it is, which I didn't think it was, but if it is, they can use the Live Local Act. And if they use the Live Local Act, then there's a bunch of other stuff that can happen to us that does impact us a lot more than using federal money. So my motion is to table to the second meeting in April so they can come up with a deal and I can clearly understand what the impacts of using the Live Local Act would be on us if they chose to go that route, if a deal can't be made.
Chair, so we have a
I'll
motion on the
withdraw my
table to table this the second meeting of April. Vice Chair Reinhardt, you made the motion. What's your?
I'll table, or I'll withdraw my motion in order for that.
Okay. All right. Is there a second on? And you'll second his. Okay. So now we have the motion by Jake Johansson to table this to the second meeting in April. Jake, your name is still up, or is that just?
It's still Jake.
That's just a hangover. Are you done?
Last
talking?
name Johansson. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair Brower,
Yeah. Where's this coming from? Yes.
may we have clarify who seconded the new motion?
Matt Reinhardt. Vice Chair Reinhardt made the second. Mr. Robbins made the motion. And I'm glad it went this way because I think it would have, I think it was going to fail. And this is really, really important. I think Carmen, you and the guy I see in the back has a perpetual birthday are the two people I talk to the most in the county because your area, if it's not roads, it's how do I pay rent? How do I pay my electric bill? Where can I live? It is a dilemma. Mr. Dempsey brings in a great argument that we have to consider, but so did Danny and Jake, and so I think this is the right motion. With that, if there is no other comments, I think I'll still ask you to please call the roll. And this is, the motion is to table this to the second meeting in April.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Chair Brower.
Yes. So the motion is tabled to the second meeting of April. Thank you for your input. It was very helpful.
I might add one more thing. It wasn't to convince you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. We're moving to item 11, which is resolution implementing council direction from the September 3rd meeting to amend landfill disposal fees.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you today, as you stated, a resolution to amend the landfill disposal fees based on direction from council to provide a yearly indexing according to the CPI plus 1%. As you know, the solid waste is an enterprise fund, so it lives and functions off of all the fees that it collects. As you know, we are also going through a major landfill expansion. The 270 acres is being prepared right now. The next step will be to construct the first cell within that 270 acres. That 270 acres will provide 100 years of space for Volusia County to dispose of garbage. At the September 3rd, 2024 council meeting, council gave direction to move forward with an indexing of our disposal fees, which will be based on a consumer price index for garbage and trash collection plus 1%. This change only affects the Class 1 waste rates as well as the Class 3 C and D rates and the other fees, just like our yard trash, but it does not affect the flat fees that we charge for residents when they bring in a car, which is $4, and a pickup truck, which is $8. So happy to answer any questions y'all may have on that. Otherwise,
Anyone have questions for Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt?
Motion to approve.
That's not a question.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt. The second came from Jake Johansson. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it is approved unanimously 5-0. And Ben Bartlett is staying here for item 12, contract amendment number 1 for the architectural and engineering services for the expansion of the Southwest Regional Water Reclamation Facility improvement. And you have backup if you need it.
I do. Mike Ulrich is here. He is the man when it comes to these projects. Our Southwest facility, which serves DeBerry and other portions of West Volusia, is in the middle of a major upgrade to increase the capacity. What's before you today is a contract amendment to CPH Engineering. They are responsible for the design. This will continue them through the construction projects. This is a CMGC project, so the contractor's been on board. They've already started construction. This will bring their total contract price to $5.3 million, but when you look at the total cost of the project, we're upwards of almost $70 million. Almost a good large portion of it is provided through grants. The remaining $14.9 million is provided by the utility itself. So this brings the engineering cost total to around 7.5% of the total contract, which is well in line with industry standards. This has also got some ARPA money, so we're required to get this done by the end of 2026. Happy to answer any questions on this one.
Any questions, council?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Second, Johansson.
Second by Councilman Jake Johansson. Comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And it's approved 5-0.
Thank you.
You didn't have questions, and you heard I stumbled a little bit, but I gotta say, looking at Ryan behind you, when I look at these projects, some of the huge projects we've done, and the management to bring in funds and pay for this is amazing. So,
and just
thank you, Ryan Osowski, for the work that you do.
Well, it's
he got all the money.
Ryan gets to reap the benefit of it, but I will say, part of our ability to get these grant funds, whether it's on the utility side or the stormwater side, is really a testament to our staff who manage these projects and keep those good relations. They come to us when they have extra money and say, do you have a project? Or they will throw more money at one of our projects, and Mike does a great job of going out and getting that money.
Yeah. See, Michael, if you'd have stood up, you'd have got all the accolades. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Ryan's coming up because he has a fiscal year 2024-25 revised budget fund reconciliation and appropriation.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. What you have here is an attempt to true up our budget more than just at the end of the year. Normally in November, the second meeting in November, you'll get a year-end reconciliation where we'll have transfers that need to occur between funds. This item has 6 such transfers on it in the interest of the typical duration of presentations that you guys want. I was very explanatory in the agenda item. If you have any questions on any of the individual transfers.
Mr. Chair, at this time, we don't have a quorum in the room.
Okay. Can you hold your thoughts?
Thoughts?
We could shame them.
We could.
I'm not sure exactly how that I want to bring into a public meeting. Is there still food back there? Ryan, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
This is real. This is. I love the fact that you're doing this periodically instead of
Yep.
dumping it on the public and all of us at one time at the end of the year.
I actually have this is the first time because a lot of these transfers become known to us when we finish a fiscal year. So the fiscal year 2024 results are in. The audit was finalized last Friday. It'll be coming to you guys next meeting for the report. So we know some of these things need to be done now. We'll learn more of them through the budget process. So I plan on doing another one of these probably in July, and then at the end of the year in November, so that we do them more timely, so there's less of them, because we've been doing about 20 of these adjustments in November. This is just 6. We'll probably find another 6 or so that we can do in July, and then there'll only be 6 at the end of the year, so there'll be less. So I'm just trying to be a little more timely to get these things done. These are all transfers in between funds. None of this is new spending. It's just as listed in the agenda item. I did a good job to thoroughly explain them so that we don't have to go through them each year unless you have any questions.
Councilman or Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Now that quorum's reestablished, motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Second was by Jake Johansson. The motion is to approve. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are 5 members here to vote, and it is approved unanimously 5-0. Okay, now for the rest of the crowd that's still left in the in the chambers. We have a series of appointments, and the first one, item 14, appointments to the Cultural Council.
Hey, sir, Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. I'm going to do my best impersonation of Ms. Green and lead you through it tonight. So before you is a 2-year appointment for the Cultural Council. Current board members expire March 31st of this year. You have your slate in front of you. The board consists of 9 members. Each district council member makes 1 nomination of an elector from within the member's district. The at-large member and the county chair each get 2 nominations, 1 elector from the west side of the county and 1 elector from the east side of the county. I note that Mr. Robbins, unfortunately, you don't have any applicants tonight for District 3. But for Mr. Dempsey and Mr. Reinhardt, each of you have 1 tonight, and Mr. Johansson and Mr. Brower, each of you get 2, 1 from either side of the county. And there's no order, so however you want to take it up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I've already got names on the board, so Vice Chair Reinhardt, make the first pick.
Very enthusiastically, I nominate Lloyd Bowers for District 2.
Is that just because he's in the room? Okay. Okay, Don Dempsey.
She's not here. Where's she? Did Paul Richardson, in opening comment, resign effective immediately or at the end of his term?
He didn't resign.
He
wants to serve. But
right.
So you could nominate him.
I could have sworn
he's an incumbent, but his term runs out.
Yes, sir, that's correct. He actually asked me a question earlier before the meeting started that led me to believe he's not resigning. So
Not.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
so
not.
well, I'd like to go ahead and renominate Paul Richardson then.
Gator.
Gator? Okay.
Second.
Thank you,
Are
Jake.
we doing them all? We're doing a
Yeah,
slate?
if you don't mind, let's do them all together.
Yes, sir. I'd like to nominate Reggie Santilli, west side. You want my east side now or you want to wait?
Let me write this one down. Reggie Santilli. And she's west?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make your east side?
Sure. George Pappas.
George Pappas for the east. Okay. I'm going to clear everybody's names so that the board is clear. And I will nominate Thomas Laputka for the west side.
I just saw what I did, Chairman. Sorry about that.
Pardon me?
I just saw I did George Pappas and he was your last one, so I apologize.
Okay. And I would also like to nominate Lucy Jackman for the East Side. Mr. Robbins? Did we leave you anybody? You have nobody.
I'm
that's
going to
right.
put it out on social media. I'll find someone.
Okay. And Mr. Santiago, Mr. Kent are absent, so that's all of them. Did you get all the names? We can run through them again.
Yes, sir, we have them. Do you want me to? So what I have on my slate is that Mr. Dempsey nominated Mr. Paul Richardson. Mr. Johansson nominated Ms. Reggie Santilli for the West Side. The chair, Mr. Brower, nominated Mr. Laputka for the West Side. Mr. Reinhardt nominated Mr. Lloyd Bowers from his district. Mr. Johansson nominated Mr. George Pappas from the East Side for his East Side appointment. And Mr. Chair, you nominated Ms. Lucy Jackman as your East Side appointment.
Correct. That's what I have as well. Okay. Any questions? All in favor of these nominees, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that slate is approved 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your help in Carissa's absence.
I'm no replacement, but thank you, sir. So do you want to move on to the historic
Item 15,
preservation?
the Historic Board, Preservation Board, yes.
Yes, sir. So for this board, council last changed the resolution. So we're going from 9 to 5 at the beginning of April 1st. So these will be for 5 nominations. There is the board, any council member can make any nomination of the board members. Service on this board does constitute a county office subject to the dual office holding prohibition. The elector does not have to live within each council member's district. And so you have the the applicants there before you, and anybody can make a nomination, and we need 5.
Okay. This is on this item. Okay, before anybody makes any nominations, we have a member of the public who would like to speak. I also believe that he is listed as a potential nominee, Mark Karstens.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I'm Mark Carstens. I'm a resident at 2772 North Thorpe Avenue in unincorporated Orange City. So my residence is within the county of Volusia. The reason why I want to serve has to do with Chairman Brower's #1 issue, which is flooding. You might ask what flooding has to do with historic preservation. The answer is the following. Pioneers like John B. Stetson and Henry DeLand would be turning in their graves if they were here to witness 100% clear cutting of indigenous trees from development lots and high-rise soil infilling that Chairman Brower talks about, of low-lying areas that often border on being considered as wetlands or floodplains. DeLand was almost aborted, but for the stagecoach driver who encouraged Henry DeLand to keep traveling just a bit further to that high and dry pine forest that was developed into Persimmons Hollow, which was renamed DeLand. As evident in Mark Carson's resume, I graduated from Savannah College of Art and Design with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Historic Preservation. I have experience in corrective restoration of antique doors, both sash and casement style windows at CCS Restoration Specialized Property Service. I am a current member of the West Volusia Historical Society. I worked there in 2022 at the front desk, reserving tours, memberships, point of sale with Clover Systems. I also worked at the Tyler History Center in Youngstown during the age of COVID. I pray that I'm selected to serve in a preservation board and cultural board of Volusia County, and I apologize for my outburst earlier. I'm a Trump fan. I love President Trump. So God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will open the floor to nominations. We need 5 And so we have plenty on the list. Councilman Robbins.
I'll nominate Carl Sherwarth. I don't know if that's Sherwath.
Sherwath, yes.
Sorry if
We'll
I
go with that.
butchered it.
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Nominate Brian Weston.
Councilman Jake Johansson.
Nominate Carolyn Sanders James.
Carolyn Sanders James. Thank you. Councilman Dempsey, did you have anybody yet?
Mark Karsten.
Mark Karsten. Okay, then I got to go back to the drawing board. I'm going to, nobody else did, nominate Sarah, is it Budde? B-U-D-D-E? Just Bood? Let's stop there. Sarah Bood. Okay. That's 5. We have Mark Karstens from Councilman Dempsey, Carolyn James from Jake Johansson, Brian from Matt Reinhardt. Is it, I can't read my own writing, Weston, Danny Robbins, Carl
Sherwath.
Okay. And Sarah Budd for Chair Brower. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. No more outbursts. No, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Okay, and that brings us to the final public participation, and we have no one that wanted to speak other than John Nicholson.
There's a phrase, God will get you. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. 2 things. One is the squeaky wheel. I brought it up to you before. I want to keep it in front and center. On the east side of the county, we need to look at and make sure that the bridge on ISP at Tomoka Farms Road is widened. I'm sorry, I brought it up to our city. On LPGA, there's a bridge that causes problems before Margaritaville went in. It's causing tremendous problems now, and it'll be years before they fix it. So let's plan for it now, because it'll take several years, but we need to work on that bridge. Secondly, Tomoka Farm Roads itself. Development is going in that area. It will be LPGA 2. Everything, all the problems that we have with LPGA, we're going to have at Tomoka Farms Road. So if we plan ahead, we're ahead of the deal. Lastly, Miller Lake, I don't understand. When he said that you turned off the pumps, I was shocked. They've been coming for like 3 or 4 months with a problem of Miller Lake, and then the only help that they were getting was a pump that wasn't pumping enough. And so we turned it off, and I was shocked. Why would we turn it off? Secondly, there's a weir that's supposed to be put in, and it was never put in. Where are we on that? You know, the weir that company above it, the commercial property. The buying of the commercial property, there's 2 commercial properties, the one that's causing the problem, and then a second one. Are we even considering buying those properties? I mean, it's an awful lot of money, and I'm not quite sure it'll solve the problem. So I hope we don't do that. And the hurricane season is coming. And if a simple rain is causing the problem for them now, a hurricane will be devastating. Because I think it was two of the people that came up, the water came up to their homes. So if it came up to their homes during the last hurricane, and now the lake is full, it will absolutely go in their homes in the next hurricane. So I'm asking, whatever we can do, we have to do, especially turn on that pump. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brings us to the county manager's closing comments.
Yes. Well, first I'm going to address a little bit of what John just talked about, and also the people earlier. The pumps were turned off because the emergency order that gives us the authorization to have the pump from St. John's Water Management District ended. So we have no legal ability or permitted ability to run those pumps without St. John's, because St. John's is the authority over lakes, not Volusia County. Number two, if you recall, we also said the city of DeBary, where that water is going to, their borrow pit that holds that water was full and needed time to recover. So that's the two factors that got us to have to turn the pumps off at this time. Now, we removed somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 vertical feet of water out of that lake. So the lake level probably is nearing where it was before the last set of storms, because it was up after repeated rainfalls that you had, because again, it's not just a big storm, it is repeated rainfalls with no ability to recover that also drives up the levels in these lakes and ponds on the west side of the county. So I just want to clarify that, it's not mean people or something that, turning off the pump. We turn it off because we have to turn it off. Now, and by the way, it's not just us, it's the Department of Transportation is also involved here. Again, we got a team together, the county, state, and DeBary to help out the folks at Miller Lake. The other thing I heard today about approving the permit. We never approved any such permit. There's a permit that was, I think, with St. John's and the city, and we did not object. We did not object because of the added capacity that was put in the lake from a project where we had previously accepted federal CDG, DBR money to take out the 6 homes, I think, that were there, and we removed the high land that they were sitting on to create more capacity in the lake at that time. So it's not that we approved it, and the other side also, I know they've talked about the pipes and the stuff. You got to think about it like this. And by the way, we're doing a lot of research. People are working on this, but the history is going to show, and the pictures show, and the surveys show that all the water from that area where where you're talking about commercial was going to that lake. It has gone to that lake. We got stuff that goes back to the Second Seminole War, 1832. It shows the size of that lake being where it is today, actually. So we'll be talking about that. But that water is going there. The topography shows that it's going there. And the only thing about pipes is that it does it in a controlled manner, so it doesn't blow out the road. The road was 1792, and of course, if you don't think it can't happen, it's happened twice. DOT has had to shut down a major road because it's been blown in half by the water coming from that development side over to the lake. So the pipes are there by the Department of Transportation to control that water that was going there anyway. It goes to their pond, and it also goes into the lake directly in two places. So, and by the way, that's not county water. That's the city of Orange City, and then the Department of Transportation's system. So again, I think we've been very helpful, and again, we went out with the department's help. We raised the road. I do think once this thing is studied completely, probably permanently raising the road may be on the table as a mitigation to what's going on out there. But again, we have not forgotten them. We will look at we'll be looking to St. John's Water Management District to help us there and some other places where we may have to do some pumping ahead of storms or when the season gets to the real wet season. But again, you want to show, let's take some pictures that we've just recently done.
Good evening, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. So this is a photo, an aerial drone photo actually shot just a day or so, a couple days after Milton hit. As you can see, the roofs you see here is actually the property that you
Just bought today.
This was a property that we tried to purchase after Fay. It was one of the lowest structures in and around that lake. It had flooded multiple times. The owner at the time refused to sell, and then recently it had gone into foreclosure, and then we were able to purchase it from the bank, and then council approved its purchase today. If you want to go to the next one, it's not, clicker's not working. So this is the same time frame, same photo, looking at the other portion of Miller Road that went underwater. As you can see, this is before we worked with the DOT to build essentially that causeway through there to get access to those folks' homes beyond that point. Next slide.
But we go, before we do that, these homes that are up on the hill, they're the yellow house to the right, the pool, everything, all those homes to the right. If you haven't been down there, those are 10 to 12 feet or more in elevation higher than that water. So it's hard to tell from a two-dimensional picture, but everything on the other side of Miller Road, those houses are many, many feet above. So if the water were to get to them, we'd probably have much bigger problems in the area because also 1792 and everything on the other side would be well underwater as well. So
sorry.
Go ahead.
What I will say is when it comes to structure flooding, the property you bought today is the only property on that lake that has incurred any actual structure flooding in the primary residence. And go back, am I doing it or? Okay, go back one.
Yeah, you might say that again.
This is so to repeat, the property you bought today is the only property along Miller Lake that has had any structure flooding in the primary residence. This is a photo of when we started putting the causeway through the water. As you can see, that water was 3-4 feet along the road. It was up to the bumper on that tandem dump truck. Next slide, please. So yesterday, courtesy of our Volusia County Fire Department and their new drone, they were kind enough to fly Miller Lake. And this is Miller Road, and this is a section of the road that was underwater. Just cycle through. So this is that same section that you just saw. Keep going. Keep going. So as you can see, the water is away from the road a fair bit. As Mr. Rechtenwald said, we're looking at least a 6-foot drop in height, in vertical elevation. That's a significant pullback in horizontal movement of the water. And at this location, really a little closer in, it was completely over the road. And then this is the property you bought today. I will note, if you remember the picture that we showed, the very first one that showed the roofs, you can see the amount of drawdown that occurred in this particular property. And again, this is the property, and this is why we want to buy this property. We want to ensure that nobody ever builds on it again. It's just so low. Next slide. I think that might be the last one. So those are the photos from today. I know there was some discussion earlier about where the water was in relation to the road. I think it's important to take a look at what it actually looks like today versus what it looked like after the storm. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, Ben and George, it's every 2 weeks we get an update on Miller Lake. It's 6:45 during closing comments. And 2 weeks from now, they're going to come back at the beginning and say they've heard nothing from us. You just told me what you're doing and what you're not doing and why we're not doing the pumps. So John doesn't have to ask next week why the pumps aren't on.
Which I did describe last week at the last meeting as well.
Absolutely. Is there somewhere this information exists other than from our mouths at the end of a council meeting on YouTube where when they send me emails about we're not getting anything, I can say it's because you're not in the right spot. Here's the link or something like that. I mean, including these pictures. Is there a place we can put it?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, this drone footage was flown yesterday. Happy to find a place to post that. We're working with community information on our stormwater website, which is an all-encompassing stormwater. I think that would be a good location. And we can even have a spot on there specific to certain locations of interest, and this might be one of them.
And I do understand from my past here, you can go out on all forms of media, get Sheldon and Al to put it in the front page of the newspaper above the fold, and people will still say that they had no idea. I get that. You can't get to everybody. It's just the way it is. But if we can make an effort to get it somewhere where we as council members, instead of saying, Ben, they're still on us, to just say, go to www.millerlake.com and there's your answer. And don't forget the fact that we bought the house, not that that's going to make the water go down at all, but it's going to, if we own it, then it'll be hard for the media to say, look at this poor house. The second question I have is, they were talking about the water going down, which has made a lot of progress, but is anybody still prevented from getting from their house to the road? Or are they still using porta potties because their septic system is still flooded? Which is not part of the structure.
As far as accessible to the road, Miller Lake, we have removed all the millings, as the gentleman said. And the reason, as you can see in those previous shots of the road, the water is, there was no need to leave the millings there, and it was a 1-lane road, and now we restored it back to its original condition as a 2-lane road. As far as the septic systems go, I don't know. I don't know if there's still issues with septic systems out there. I know there was one person that lived off of the lake that was having some issues because they had a low area on their own property that was not connected to Miller, and then I believe there was one other property along Shady Lane. I do not know what the status of their septic systems are.
All right. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. Because that's, as far as I'm concerned, I understand the structural piece. Yay, we won. We didn't flood a house, but if you can't get out of your house to, without a flatboat or use the restroom without going to a porta potty, then that's no good either.
Well, I would clarify that even when the road was flooded and we did construct that secondary road or that temporary road, there was only one person, I believe, that didn't have access directly to their house, and that was because of the elevation change from their existing driveway to where we put those millings in. But they were able to access, I believe, through their neighbor's property.
Okay.
But after that, I believe everybody else was able
And the
to
road, by the way, is a non-maintained road that we actually paved when we did the work in 2008, I think it was. Basically, when we bought the 6 other houses that were out there and tore them down and took out the high-level dirt, kind of because we had affected their dirt road, we paved it down to where you see. So, I mean, they're also getting a higher, they've got a better road from the work that we've done previously. And again, I hesitate till we've studied it a little bit more and completely. But I could see mitigation projects could be more along the lines of raising the road and maybe helping someone with a septic system issue, maybe a more cost-effective solution based on what we're seeing. And also, I think John mentioned the weir. The weir was replaced.
Yes, that's correct. So the structure that they were referring to, the Royal Oak Center, had obtained a permit from the Water Management District that included a weir in the box. That weir was removed by the prior ownership, is my understanding. The current owner of Royal Oaks has owned it for 6 months to a year. The Water Management District let them know that they were not in compliance with their permit, and I believe within a week they had reinstalled the weir. I actually went on site when they were doing it, and The staff person from the Water Management District was on site when they were doing it, and I received confirmation the next day, photograph that the weir had been reinstalled.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ben.
Real quick, not for you. I just saw Michael Ryan. Did he leave? Oh, there he is. You don't have to come up. You can just nod your head and we'll hear it. Everything that's just said, everything's been done right now is recorded and will be permanently on the World Wide Web, correct? What about the pictures that they're showing? Are they included? Okay, good. I thought so. I just wanted to make that clear because that'll be helpful. All right. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Sure. I just want to add, I know I emailed you on Friday, but in case you're behind on your emails, which I would not blame you from being so, Russ Brown and Kevin Bledsoe from my office last week spoke to their attorney with a group of the Miller Lake homeowners who retain Morgan and Morgan, spoke to him, sent him a letter, invited him to send questions that he would have that we could relay and help distribute to staff if they have any. But just wanted to add that as well.
Okay, any other questions on that one? I do have another item. And this is, maybe Michael Ryan would be happy that I'm probably moving this item along for him. But a while back, DeLand resident Dan Friend, who many of you are familiar with, wrote a letter to council and with the idea of the State Road 44 bridge out here, which was formerly known as the Whitehair Bridge, going over the St. Johns River. When a bridge is taken down and replaced, the name dies with it. So it's no longer the Whitehair Bridge. And Mr. Friend had proposed another name. Frank Gardner Gould would be the honoree. And who Mr. Gould was is he graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1931, and he was a retired naval captain. But he was a Navy Cross recipient for extraordinary heroism and distinguished service as the commanding officer of the destroyer USS Sterett. So he actually resided on the Lake County side of the river, and he passed May 8, 2004. So he had asked about naming the bridge, but then we got into an odyssey of what you need to do for that. And so what really does, we don't name bridges. The state legislature has that responsibility. And both counties must agree to the new name. So Michael worked real hard with our Lake County team over there, and they basically have said they don't necessarily support, but they are not going to actively support, but they don't have any problem with naming it after him. So it leaves us in an interesting position that if this body wants to name it after Mr. Gould, we could engage one of our legislators to with a letter and see if they would submit a bill naming the bridge. You could oppose naming the bridge, or you could have, if you had somebody else in mind, you could see if you wanted to name the bridge. But that's where we're at, and I think Mr. Friend, of course, has waited patiently to see how we would work this through. But I think we have got it to a point where if there was a decision, I could put it on a upcoming agenda, and if you wanted to, with Frank Gardner Gould, and you could vote and tell me that's what you want to do, and we could go ahead and send it up to the legislature.
I was going to suggest, you just did, that we can't vote on this tonight. It needs to come back as an item. Frank Gardner Gould sounds like a wonderful person, but I don't know anything about him, and I don't know if any other council member would have somebody they would like to include. So I would like to see it come back as an item. And in that process, if you would work with council members to see if they have a different recommendation. I mean, Don will probably want his name on the bridge, but you were going to nominate Don? You're good. So, but seriously, I think I appreciate you bringing it up, and can we just put it on a...
Yeah, as long as I have council show you guys thumbs up, then we'll get it on an upcoming agenda. Okay?
Everybody's good with that? Okay.
And then the last thing, just informationally, I am going to take a few days off, and I'll be a little harder to reach than normal. But if there is an emergency, I will be there. But in the meantime, Ms. Conchin will have the helm from Saturday through next Thursday.
Okay.
That's it.
Very good. And before we continue, I'm sorry, Jake Johansson, I overlooked you.
That's fine, sir. Quick question, George, and probably Mike will have this answer, but so was the coordination at the staff level with Lake County or the elected level? They were not supportive? Did they?
I think Michael has it. I think it was probably mainly staff, but I think they asked the manager over there.
I dealt with my counterpart in Lake County. It's my understanding he went to his administration. I'm not sure if he engaged council at that point.
All right. I think the right way forward, we talked about this on the phone a little bit, is regardless of the name, that we do a joint resolution that carries some weight up there from both Lake and Lake and Volusia County. I know some of them, so I'll kind of talk through it that way and let you know what their elected officials think. But if we name one person, there'll probably be 8 others that come out of the woodwork. And but every bridge usually has a name, every overpass usually has a name, and everybody's got 5 or 10 names they want to do it. So we got to make a decision. But let me, while you guys are working a letter, I'll work on seeing if they'll sign a joint resolution or a separate resolution, and we can do a separate resolution to send up to with a request to the legislature. But probably won't be voted on before the end of this session.
No, I would say that's the case, but I think just having a thing in motion
sure.
Would be, I think.
This glove neutralizes anyone in seconds. Law enforcement now has access to this.
Cartoons in the back. It's okay. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
I've got something I got to go take care of now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we go on, Michael, we overlooked some public speaker, and I didn't officially close public speaking. So, but you have been here, I think, all day. So, Christina Wake.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to stop in. I know one of the items on the agenda is the spring protection zone, and you guys being a unified front on that, and I wanted to say thank you. We had our meeting February 20th. We had the biggest turnout for a public workshop that FWC has seen. Our regional director is Greg Workman, and in 40 years, he's never seen that type of overwhelming support from the public. So that was great. Danny was there. Don was there. Thank you. Thank you guys for voting originally, putting that letter out there, taking that first initial step. Lake County, Marion County have got on board. Town of Pearson's got on board. Wow. Central Florida Marine Industry has also gotten on board. We have a letter from Senator Leake's office. We have a letter from House Representative Lamont. We have a House Representative Gentry. Several other senators are in the process of working and stepping up as well. What we are working on right now is one of 2 things. We're either going to do a modification language change for the Florida statute regarding Silver Glen Spring Run, or we're going to do a modification change for the spring protection zone itself. We're going to take one win this year and then probably be back in front of legislation again next year to win that second round. But the unanimous stance is everyone understands that we need to come up with a viable solution and not more restrictions and regulations. So I just wanted to stop in and say thank you very much. Any questions?
You know, I appreciate your positive approach, though. 2 wins in 2 years, we need it.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, just briefly, I know I last week and earlier today sent you an update on this Florida legislative session, and I know John Booker sent you some information from our lobbyists, which is great. This is just a time period early on where there are so many things filed that you try to identify what you need to know. So I had sent a copy of the Florida League of Cities summary, and we don't agree with the cities on everything, but most things. Just give you an idea of what's impacting local government. We internally are beginning the tracking process and summarizing what we need to summarize. But if you have questions along the way on anything, please let us know. And I know John and your state lobbyist is going to continue to send you updates. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Johansson.
I thought Mike was going to mention one of the bills. I'll wait till my council comments to bring it up.
Okay. Don Dempsey, you are first today.
Oh, okay. Well, I really wasn't going to say anything, but I guess just kind of as a follow-up to the bridge naming and just naming rights in general, I guess. I've just noticed, as long as I've lived here, that we don't seem to have any streets named after our bridges or any parks named after our forefathers, like a Jefferson Square or a Washington Bridge or anything like that. And I just hope that when we bring up this discussion on naming streets or whatever, I know David brought up the one recently to honor the law enforcement officer, I believe it was. But I would just like to see a push, as long as we're having this discussion, towards honoring our forefathers, so that we don't forget about them. There's a lot of, I know we're in the deep South, but you know, Francis Marion, there was a lot of guys from the South, Nathaniel Green, there are a lot of guys in the South that really basically won the war for us, and they weren't too far from here. So I just want to make sure that we recognize them and preserve their names in Volusia history, because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So that's all. I have nothing else to say, though. Thanks, guys.
Interesting. Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Wow. I guess I don't have to press that. I've started, for a couple of obvious reasons, to track some Senate and House bills up in Tallahassee here as we get going. And the news media picked up one that I had just grasped a hold of about the same time, and that's Senate Bill 1118, and you know, a couple of times this year I mentioned the importance of smart legislation at the local level, because people up in Tallahassee are watching. And if you look at Senate Bill 1118, it deals with rural area boundaries, and it seems like it's a preemption to undo or stop what Seminole and Orange are doing, and so having said all that, and the state of flux that that issue is under right now at the Senate level, with a matching House bill, I think it's important for us to not draw attention of Volusia County, and I had originally asked for the rural area boundary, I think, to be brought back either in March or April. Well, it is March, so we haven't seen it in the second meeting. So I think it's coming back in April, that we kind of delay that yet a little bit more until session's out, to see what happens with the House bill, Senate Bill 1118. So the people out in TV land know, and my peers here at the table, that this isn't a support or defend of the rural area boundary. This is just smart rulemaking. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about stuff that may change in a month and a half. And then we go at it. We give staff a chance to filter through what happens with this bill. I was there last week, and it was gathering a lot of momentum pretty quick. And it's Senator McLean is the sponsor, and it's going through pretty rapidly with amendments every day. So my suggestion and my motion would be to delay that rural area boundary discussion to the end of session and bring it up the first or second meeting afterward, whenever staff can filter through what the new law says, if it is one, and if they can it and throw it in the garbage can at some point, which I don't believe that's going to happen based on the people I talked to up there. Then we can go at it sooner. But right now it's on a quick path, and I think it'll affect our overall decision making here. So my motion would be to delay till session's over.
And just before we go on with that, I think it your recommendation, Jake, that we didn't do this on the fly, that we would bring it back to the next council meeting.
I think is it scheduled for the next council meeting?
Would be the April meeting, you're right, because this is the second meeting.
To bring the whole item back?
It was scheduled to come back for discussion.
Right.
Actually, it was it was March, but being that we weren't going to have a full council today, we had figured it would be best to put it on April 1st, which is only missed March by a day. So that's where we had tentatively put it, but of course that was long before some of the concerns that Mr. Johansson is expressing today. So that's where we sit.
Okay.
And
so because of timing, we really have no other option to deal with it today, or if you want it postponed.
That is correct. Yeah, and I had mentioned earlier in the year, and I'll re-mention it now, that I will not be here April 1st. You won't have a full council here then either. But if the motion to delay doesn't get passed, then you go with 6. That's fine. So. But I would like to delay, not because I'm not going to be here, but because of the Senate bill.
And did you give a date certain for the delay?
I said that I think the second, so when would, after session, when's the?
One suggestion, if it's okay with council, is that when the governor signs these bills, because we're waiting to see if he'll sign them, he'll veto them, it really varies. I've seen some bills wait. Yeah, it might be early July. Many bills are signed sooner than that. So if it's okay, my suggestion would be that we bring it back as soon as we can after we know what the governor's done. It could be something, if it passes, the governor vetoes. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead if you're not.
I'm not
done.
I'm not sure. That's right. It could still be vetoed. I think it's worthy of a discussion after the bill leaves the Capitol and heads to the governor, because it'll either be or not be at that point. We'll know what the differences are compared to what it is now, and we can kind of talk through that, at least talk through it. I don't know if we can pass or not pass a rural area boundary ordinance, but we can probably have that discussion either as a discussion item based on what we know, if the governor's not going to sign it right away. I don't think it's worth kicking the can to July or August.
Well, what we could do, if it's acceptable to council, we'll bring it back as soon as we can, once we know whether or not it gets passed by the legislature, even if that occurs before the governor has acted on it. Governor may have. Maybe it's one of the bills he signs early on.
Right.
That'll be up to them, but we can certainly we'll work with the manager to find a time to bring it back without delay.
Okay. On this motion, Councilman Robbins.
I seconded it, Chair, but I just wanted to, when the time is right, just add something to what he was saying, just for our constituents.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'm sorry.
County Manager, I know a little bit of history behind the rural boundary ordinance that's being used everywhere. Can we compile something for our constituents detailing or bullet pointing exactly the specific scenario on how this, number one, came to be, but also compare it to what Volusia County does? And I know growth management several years ago out at the county fair, you guys did a good presentation on how it was called How We Grow, and initiative that was started back, I believe, in the 70s or 80s, outlining rural boundaries, transitional areas, cities. What I would also like, Mr. County Manager, if we can put together an information list for our people with that information, but also to the Volusia and Florida Wildlife Corridor that also separates a lot of this area already. Local plans which separate this area already that we've done since the late 90s, early 2000s. Any joint planning agreements that help preserve these transitional and rural areas, interlocal agreements, and most importantly, one that we often overlook too is the utility and service boundary agreements that also help protect our rural areas that do set boundaries. So I want to separate the emotional end or the political end to this to get the people the real hard facts on what sets us apart in Volusia County versus everywhere else, and that we've been doing this, I'd say about 99% of this 30 years ago, 40 years ago. So any of that information would definitely help and help us better explain it to our folks.
Yeah, we'll definitely have all the information that basically you requested as part of that discussion. And again, I think there's already some of this work is in progress because we are working towards getting this discussion going. So I'll get with Clay and his team and see where they're at and what they have. And you got some good suggestions that we'll have. And again, I believe a lot of them would be part of all this discussion anyway. So,
Michael Dyer, did you still have a? Okay, well,
I apologize.
I had a question for you on this topic. Of course, we don't know what the original or what the final language is going to look like, what the amendments will be. Does it benefit the county at all if we brought this up, and if we did pass a rural boundary amendment, would that help us avoid preemption or not?
At least not the way it's currently written.
It's retroactive, isn't it?
It's not grandfathered.
It would even take away Orange County's existing.
Yeah. So there's a Senate bill that Mr. Johansson's speaking to, and I was spending some time on it today because there was a committee hearing on it yesterday, and some rather extensive amendments, and they haven't released, at least earlier today, they had not yet released the updated language, which I can share with you as soon as that comes out, to see what it reflects. So what we were really looking at, Paulo, looking at the amendments that the committee took up yesterday, our assumptions was passed, and reading media reports as well. But it's not written like the short-term rental ordinance where it says, if you have adopted a charter amendment by a certain date, you're
Right.
grandfathered in, at least as it's written. The House version has not been updated to reflect the Senate amendments from yesterday.
Thank you. That's how I'm reading it. This is just my commentary on your motion, Jake. I don't disagree with your reasoning. But I do disagree with the vote. I'm sure that doesn't surprise you. I didn't want to delay it to begin with. I don't want to delay it now just because I'm really concerned and really tired of preemptions from Tallahassee, and I would like us to move ahead boldly. Again, I have no idea if this would pass this council. It is political, Danny. It's political in Tallahassee right now. What's happening in Tallahassee right now is very pro-development. You look at Live Local Act and other other bills that are coming up. We're going to have everything stripped from us that we're allowed to do except for going to ribbon cuttings, is what it looks like to me. The preemptions are just wild and furious, and I think we need to stand up for our voters here that depend on us to protect their concerns. Jake.
You brought up the point, which is a great point, which is why I want to use caution. The feeling I got when I was up there was that preemption happens when people make knee-jerk reactions. Now, the Orange County one was not. It was done by referendum with 73% of the vote for one part of it. So that was that's what the citizens wanted. We're not Orange County. We have a pretty big swath of rural land, and I just want to make sure that we're thinking through it, and we include whatever this thing ends up looking like, so we can say we did our due diligence. But we can see how the vote goes and then go from there.
Good point. And I've heard the same thing, Jake, knee-jerk reactions. I've also heard that we get preemptions when local governments make bad decisions or stupid. So I don't like either one. Both of them are an attack on this council and city councils. And I'm not taking it personally, certainly not from you, but from the Senate. But I think it's something we need to be aware of. I'm glad that we're talking about this so the public knows about Senate Bill 1118, and whether you're for it or against it, let your representative, let Senator Wright know. This is how a republic works. You got to let your elected officials know how you feel. But, okay, so the motion on the floor is to delay to the second meeting in April, possibly. We're going to watch and see what the legislation does.
Second meeting after the
Last day of session is May 2nd.
Okay.
So we should have at least an idea of, because maybe the legislation is passed before, but unfortunately there's a mad rush sometimes where things are approved
Right.
at last day of session. So we'll bring it back as soon as we can get educated on what exactly has occurred
Okay.
here.
So a date uncertain, so at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chair Brower, excuse me. Before you vote, we do have a public participant that would like to speak on this item.
On this item? I don't have it.
It was just received.
Is it from Sheldon? Because she's never spoke here before. And she's still not. John Nicholson. Shock. Shock and all.
because I believe if you're voting on something, the public has a right to make a comment about it. Absolutely. So this had not come up, so this is a late thing. Otherwise, I would have let you all know. However, it was brought up about the Airbnb, and the reason why we were able to continue, it was grandfathered in. We don't know how this is going to flesh out. So what Jake is saying is, well, sit on your hands and do nothing, and then we don't know what they're going to do, and then we'll worry about it after they've done it. However, if we have been looking into it, and if you listen to the comments during the flooding, a lot of people are in favor of the boundary. Well, I grew up in Miami-Dade, and they had a boundary 70 years ago, and it was Crum Avenue. It was 400th Street, and nobody ever thought we were going to get out to 400th Street, but they put a boundary. Well, we don't know where this development is going to go. We may think, oh, well, Enterprise and Osteen are rural. Well, I was here 40 years ago when they were having a fight with Deltona. Deltona was grabbing land left and right, and they thought they would be in the middle of a city. We don't know what's going to happen, so I would ask you to consider just going along with what you were planning on doing, and whatever happens in Tallahassee, you've at least started the ball rolling, which is what the public wants. And if Tallahassee decides in the future, if you've already entered into this, they might do that. If you've already entered into this, well, you can continue on. If you have not, then you're not grandfathered in, because we don't know what they're going to do. So I would rather us, if the public wants this, to continue on with the possibility of having it, because we never know what's going to happen in the future. Thank you.
Jake, I want you to, this is my last comment. I'm not opposed at all to the fact that you brought this up, and I understand why you are, especially since you were just in Tallahassee and you're hearing what's happening there, which is exactly my reason for wanting to press ahead. I am adamantly opposed to Tallahassee continuing to preempt us and strip away local control. Our local people, I've spent a lot of time in the public in the last campaign and talking about this, and the people wanted it. Now, I don't know if the council wants it or not. We would have to debate it and talk about it, and at some point we will. But the whole point of the Rural Boundary Amendment is an amendment we allow the public to vote on it and see if they want it. There's nothing more beneficial to a republic than that, I don't think, than letting the people speak. So I'm going to vote no on this. I'm against pulling back. I would like the state to see that we're pushing forward positively and with concern for our citizens, and are tired of being railroaded and run over. So that's my feeling. Councilman Robbins.
Chair, just to clarify and legal, I think there's a misconception here of how this is going to go down. What you just stated earlier, to my understanding, was that this bill would act retrospectively. So you can vote on this thing right now. If the state legislature votes on it, we are wasting our time. With that being said, in order for us to make a clear vote, not duplicate resources in waste county resources, waste county's taxpayer money going down some of these rabbit holes, I think it is imperative that we know the scenario on how this originated and what Volusia County has done for the last 40 years. It may not be called a rural boundary agreement, council, but about 6 things that we do establish rural boundaries. And I think that is very important. So for efficiency purposes, I think it's imperative that we do have the discussion but we need to give all the facts and not try to buffalo this thing through when it could go nowhere and we're going to get run over anyway. So, but we also have to be consistent. If we want to do, I'm not going to go there. Never mind.
Okay. Anybody else? Don Dempsey.
Well, yeah, just to kind of follow up on Chair and Danny's comment, Mike. So are we sure, I know you all said in unison, or y'all at least shook your head in unison, if this passed as written, it would be retroactive, correct? Ex post facto type of.
Yeah, and I think the chair made the comment as well. The House, you got to have a House and Senate version, and they got to be identical and pass. The House version still does not reflect the amendments the Senate version made yesterday. But assuming it would, and the Senate version is kind of what ultimately is passed, at least as it's written now, it doesn't provide a mechanism to grandfather in for charter amendments adopted as of a certain date.
Okay. So bills.
And one thing I should have said before, we're talking about the November 26th general election.
Yes.
So.
So you're saying both bills as written would wipe out essentially Orange County right now?
Yeah, my reading of it, the House version is, excuse me, let me start over. The Senate version that got amended last night added a lot of provisions that I think had a lot more preemptions.
Do you know how far back that would go?
I didn't see that it grandfathered in anything the way it's written. Right, Paulo?
Ms. Paulo?
If you don't mind, let's all stare at Paulo.
Let's make him get on camera if we're going to stare at him.
Ten seconds, Paulo.
So it does state that its effect would be retroactive to June 11, 2011. Wow.
Senate bill or House?
Senate bill. So Section 12. It's intent of the legislature that powers granted to municipalities to assume control over the land use of an annexed area be preserved. Therefore, this section is remedial in nature and applies retroactively to any exclusive method of voluntary annexation, which was placed into effect after June 1st, 2011, and any such method placed into effect thereafter, which limits or otherwise infringes upon the power granted to municipalities, is void. So it's pretty far-reaching back retrospective application.
Both bills?
This is just the Senate version.
It's the Senate.
Yeah,
The House, does it have the same bite?
The House bill is lagging.
It's lagging?
It's lagging the Senate bill. It's following the Senate bill.
But your staff will be ready whenever you want, so whatever you decide.
Yeah, but the truth is, Don, we don't know what this is going to look like at the end. There's a lot of things changing. It's fluid.
That's the only question I had, really. I might have a comment, but.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second on the floor, and we just had questions, and now Don has a.
Okay, yeah, no, I think great job, Jake, bringing this up, and because it is a big issue, and I'm glad you. But I'd like to see how the Senate or how the state plays out with this, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of issues brought up during those debates that might not even get presented to us at our level, or we might just get, preempted, and then all this would be for naught. So but I understand where you're coming from, Jay. That's a tough decision. It really is. But I understand what you're saying, Jake, and it's well taken. Thanks.
Jake Johansson.
It might be our opportunity to make a few phone calls up north, see if we can change it too.
It's true. In my opinion, Don, Jake, this is a needed discussion. When I look at what's happening in Tallahassee, especially with this bill, it's, to me, it looks punitive. It's a direct attack on the counties that have passed this, and they don't want it. And they, the other things coming down the line on development aren't pretty for local control. So, any other responses? Then would you please call the roll? And the motion on the floor is to postpone this on date uncertain until we see how it winds out through the Senate and the House. And the governor? You including the governor's signature?
No, I think we can go with the House.
Sure.
I understand the motion was that we don't have to wait for action by the governor.
Thank you.
Mr. Dempsey.
Question? Can I just ask a question real quick? Do I have time? One last question to staff.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
This
sorry.
is important. Go ahead.
Mike, so let's say it passes the Senate or the House, both houses. How long does it typically take until the governor signs off on something like that?
It really depends. There's some bills that he signs while session is still occurring, but they've passed both chambers. And there's others we'll see in early July. So the governor sets that priority of what he or she wants to sign.
Let's just, and I'm not necessarily saying I'm in favor of this rural boundary. I'm not against, I'm undecided. But if it passed the House or the Senate, or both houses, I should say, if we enacted or voted on something before it went to the governor's desk, is it possible we would have grandfathered in this?
Not in light of the current Senate language.
Okay.
Could the language change? Yes. But whatever you would approve, you're talking about passing something to put it on the ballot. Right? So it would not be approving it. Right. It's a proposed charter amendment. So that we're talking November 26th.
So even if we passed it, if they passed the bill, regardless if it's retroactive or not, that would still stop it because our vote wouldn't be until November.
Right.
So it really doesn't make sense to hurry it up. It'd be better to wait because no matter how we vote, it's still going to depend on the governor and the House and the Senate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
I understand. The only reason is because it's so damn punitive that it allows us to say, stop it. Local control. Quit taking it away.
that's right. Like you
Sorry.
said. No, I agree with you. It's like local. It's just, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, we're voting. Dempsey's
Right?
a yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But, Mr. Dempsey, you had a vote of yes.
To continue it, yes.
Then Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Chair Brower.
No. I understand the vote, and I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just tired of having stuff forced down our throat. Okay. Anything else you want to throw in, Jake? In your closing comments?
There should be a notice and agenda coming out for the flooding subcommittee from the roundtable of elected officials. Either the chair, Paritsky, or me and Mayor Miller will put it out here in the next 24 to 48 hours, and it'll be here at the TCK. I think it's in the training room on the 27th.
Yes.
That's all I have, sir. No more voting objects, sir.
Can somebody turn his mic off, please? Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I promise mine are quick, I hope. One thing that during the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Nicholson brought up, and I wanted to verify it, the lights that he referred to, the traffic lights. Daytona controls their own traffic lights. Ben, true? So that's the city of Daytona Beach. So I want to make sure that you knew that it's not under council purview. So all traffic lights in Volusia County are controlled by Volusia County with exception to the city of Daytona Beach. They control their own traffic lights. But the one in Ormond, yes. Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure that was clarified for you. Because it's a good question, because I didn't know that years ago. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, just to bring awareness, possibly a discussion. Everybody heard about it on the news. You watched it on social media. There's more videos out there than I care to imagine. I've watched a lot of them with respect to the shooting in Daytona Beach. We, under our purview, use that word again, is the beach. And much of the videos that I watched were the amount of people that were on the beach during an unsanctioned event. And the sheriff's office had so many deputies out there. There was a Daytona Beach police officer that was injured. 2 19-year-old men that, what we're hearing now, knew each other, that the shooting took place. These are going to happen. This doesn't bring a bad light on Daytona. I'm going to just say that first off. It does not, because it happens in a lot of places where we live in that time frame. That being said, though, since the beach is under our purview, we control ordinances. So just for discussion, is that something that this council would entertain with respect to the associated number of participants gathered in the beach environment during an unsanctioned event? We had a similar situation with respect to the city of Daytona. They control the bridges when we had these unsanctioned events. Representative at the time, Leak, helped create a law that kind of assisted with the trucks and whatnot that were associated with their event. That kind of helped that quite a bit. But I don't know if that's something that this council would entertain for discussion, just a discussion with respect to, because there was a large crowd. If you've watched the video, and I wish I had them with me, they were surrounding those deputies. And I think back to, you guys are going to laugh, working in a jail environment, we had a situation like that. We controlled it. We don't have that luxury out there to put people behind doors like we did in that environment. So that's, there's civilian lives that are at risk. There's families that are out there at risk. I sit on and chair the Tourist Development Council. I do not want activity like this to be welcomed, and I do not want activity like this to hurt our tourist industry, especially in that Daytona Beach area. We're trying to revitalize that. These types of activities don't revitalize it. These scare people. So, and all it takes is, a media outlet, and they have a right to let us know what's going on. And I welcome that, but we have to find a way to control it. So I would like to make a motion to bring back some sort of language with respect to an ordinance that would control the number of participants that were in one area of the beach, especially during the quote-unquote unsanctioned event.
Okay.
You die. No.
Well,
Hold on just a second.
If it's acceptable to make the motion, we'll bring back information on possible options.
Options, thank you. Possible options, thank you.
Because I know that there's a number of different tools. So, for example, like curfews.
Curfews, yeah, we did that in New Smyrna.
So
True.
We'll bring back information. We'll work with staff on
Daytona's a great place. I don't want it, I want it to thrive.
Chair, I'll second that. But I'd like to make a comment after we go through the process.
Okay. Don Dempsey?
I was just going to say, was this, this was during spring break, wasn't it?
This is just this past couple days ago.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
was
spring
during
break.
Spring break. I mean, we're
Spring
not
break.
trying to curb.
No, I don't want to chase I don't want to chase it away. I'm just talking about the amount of people. Years ago, if you looked at some of the old videos of the 80s and 90s, we're in a different era. Yeah, they were having a great time. We didn't have anybody that I'm aware of that broke out a weapon and started shooting each other.
I used to work the substation behind the
So did I.
Ocean Center, and
So did I.
they stayed pretty full.
Yeah, it did, but we didn't have that type of activity. I worked it back when it was on Coach Street.
Oh.
So I'm going back a few years. So yes.
It was cut deals right there.
Now they are making, just to point out before we vote, I've been in contact with the sheriff's office since this happened. Had a very long discussion with the chief deputy. They're making 20 arrests per day, as it is on average. I will tell you, just to put the information out there, when we did the Family Resource Center, thank you for bringing that up, and putting that to fruition. That was a place where deputies were allowed to, think about the day when they had to take them to the DJJ, the Juvenile Detention Center. That took a deputy off the street anywhere from 6, 8, 10 hours. And then therefore that's a resource that's pulled away from that area that's still active. This resource center, they have juveniles that are detained. They're put in a van. They're taken out to the Family Resource Center. But guess where that deputy's at? Still 10-8. So, that's one way we've done a great job by activating that resource center. I'm just thinking, let's look at this holistically, and let's look at, other ways to protect our citizens and protect our law enforcement community.
Yeah,
and it may not be the answer. I just want a discussion.
Yeah,
it may not be.
I support bouncing around ideas to try and minimize this. I just don't want to kill spring break.
No, I don't either.
Googling it, I think the busiest time for spring break is between March 9th and March 16th of this year. So this happened right during the peak of spring break. So, we don't want a couple bad apples.
And I agree. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I really don't. I don't want to hinder spring break. I really, really don't. I don't know if what I just said as far as the associated number, I don't know if that's the answer. I'm just coming up with something in order to get people thinking.
The substation might be a pretty good idea to come back with for at least all the misdemeanor arrests. But anyway, thank you. And I support your idea of at least kicking it around.
Councilman Robbins.
Matt, I think the discussion is definitely worthwhile. But coming from Daytona, we were used to that, right? I think, giving county manager a little bit of direction here will start the conversation how we can, because we got to be careful of whose toes we step on. We have a half a dozen other municipalities up and down our coastline. We have multiple law enforcement agencies. But back in the day, we had mobile field force, we had tax squads, we had mutual aid agreements. But knowing our role in getting everybody at the table, I think would be beneficial. I don't know how you would enforce this with a crystal ball and with legislation, or an ordinance. I'd like to talk about it, but if anything, I'd be interested in any county ordinance to listen. The only way we learn as humans is either through pain or the pocket, right? Obviously, pain is limited, and in the pocket. Okay, you can make some fines a little bit stiffer. So, there's certain things to teach the kids or teach the parents to a little bit more responsibly that we can look at. But I think we should let the county manager kind of coordinate something and see how we can be that big brother to any of our cities. I know we give our deputies the money and the resources they need to do their jobs and some. But let's see how we can make it a little bit better.
I appreciate that. Can I, Chair? Can I respond? Yeah. Thank you.
Can I?
I agree. And one of the biggest players that need to be at the table is law enforcement, whether it's Sheriff's Office, Daytona, any of those municipalities, all of them. I think that's important that they're all involved. One thing's for certain, I already got you thinking.
Did you want corrections involved too? I'm not opposed at all to the conversation right now. Without the information they're going to bring back, I don't see how it's legal to reduce a crowd in an unsanctioned event. We are seeing more and more of them just because of social media. Somebody posts something in Orlando and 20,000 people show up. So it's a worthwhile discussion. Any other comments or questions? All right, all in favor of bringing back a discussion on the possibility of an ordinance, or the county attorney is going to bring us back ideas of what we can do, because we don't know right now.
I don't.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That was you? Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And just to piggyback off of Matt's suggestion too, about 2 weeks ago, I'd submitted actually a Polk County ordinance that they have titled under Article 6 in their charter, or excuse me, in their code of ordinances. I gave it to legal. I also gave it to legal Judge Peter McGlashan on the sheriff's side. And it was a youth protection ordinance where pretty much outlined the fines for juveniles that want to show their rear ends, and cause some of these issues, but also to fines at a local level that supersede the state statute limit. And like Sheriff Grady Judd had a limit of about $500 to hold the parents accountable, and several other things here that I'd like to look at as well. Staff, can we put that on with Matt so we can put it all together, and if council's good with that, to look at everything. Also, too, circling back to the affordable housing discussion we had earlier, and I appreciate you guys giving me the leeway to talk a little bit more about that, because it makes it interesting. It looks like there's some tools there that we can negotiate that, listen, we all see a need for some of this stuff, but at the end of the day, when does it stop? Okay? I let the council know and the public know where I kind of stand, and I have empathy and compassion there, but also too, I learned the value of the dollar through the hard work with as little safety nets as possible, which incentivized me, my family that came up from nothing. My father didn't have steak till he was 20. That's how dirt poor they were, and at the end of the day, that was kind of passed on to us. And I know that we're limited on how you can't make somebody have that experience, but how do we get people to be a little bit more independent was my goal. And with that being said, can we work this statute or use that as a negotiating tool when we have these presented to us, just like we did earlier? And I think staff is coming back to that, but can we use that in the future, as leverage, if that's the direction this council wants to go? And because at the end of the day, we can't be situational. If this was not an Affordable Housing Act, this whole council chamber, this thing would have been polarized and energized, and the whole chamber would have been full against development, right? But now that it's a freebie, the crowd was empty, right? And there was no objection up here. That's what I find so interesting and at times ironic. But we can't be situational against certain things when it's politically convenient for us. So I think if we tune some of these things up just a little bit, we can make it easier to maybe work with or swallow. But Suzanne, can you explain the second part to my question? They said the $60,000 was at like 80% of market. Did I understand that correctly? Can you just clarify that?
What the I think it was Banyan developers committed to was that the average rent on their affordable units would be at the 60% average median income limitations. And those are posted by the state of Florida. So for families who meet the 60% average median income levels, which are, by the way, for a two-person household is $39,780 for both incomes. The two-bedroom unit cannot rent for more than $1,119. So I believe they back into that based on 30% of your income being attributable to housing, but those are the published limitations by the state of Florida.
And do we have any leeway at the local level to lower that tax bracket or ceiling, or do we have to keep it open to that whole, for instance, like $60,000
Yeah,
to HUD
I'll let-
regulation? Because I was going to say, if we can target it down, if we can agree on,
I will say this, if I will, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Robin, I'm sorry to interrupt, and Brad, stay up because you may need to assist me here. But as we sometimes go out to advertise available monies that are provided to us from the state through the SHIP program or from the federal government through the HOME program in today's example, we sometimes receive more than one proposal, and they often vary on what their levels of restriction will be. So we have seen some developments come before council in the recent past where they were proposing to provide units at 50% average median income and even 30% average median income, which, by the way, at 30%, that two-bedroom unit is limited to a rent not to exceed $559. So we do see those lower income brackets, but the SHIP and the HOME program's restrictions are set either by the Housing and Urban Development at the federal level or by the state at the SHIP level. And all of the developers are really following those state and federal guidelines because it is their monies that are being distributed. Although I think if we have a competition and there's more than one option, the council could favor those proposals that are offering those lesser income bracketed units. And
Yep.
Brad, how bad did I do?
No, it's great. And I think that we already do that a bit. So SHIP can be used on facilities up to 120% AMI. We reduce it to 80 because we have that missing middle. We already have that gap above that 80 to 120. So when we put something out on the street, we say 80% or below. So we're already reducing it to what the needs are in our community.
and just, I mean, so you understand, I philosophically don't really agree with that equation, but I'm trying to find a way to better justify it and drill down on the populace, whether it's our veterans, whether it's our seniors, handicapped folks, special needs folks, whatever the case may be, but really be target specific with how that money is being, because I do agree in some of that. So, but also too, and Chair, several times throughout our tenure up here, we talk about infill. How can we promote this, if this is the direction that this council wants to go with affordable housing, where we can incentivize the cities or work with the cities a little bit closer for this infill that would also help us out in the county in several ways. They wouldn't need a train. You get this redevelopment in some of these cities. You don't have that outward expansion towards some of our transitional and rural areas like we possibly saw today. But we have existing transportation and infrastructure in place with VOTRAN that we already pay for. Promoting and helping the cities out as close to amenities, closer to jobs, and really not putting any burden on Sunrail, which is a disastrous losing it venture in just about every aspect. So I think that working a little bit closer with the cities when it comes to affordable housing, cleaning up maybe some of their areas, promoting that infill, Chair, as you had said, I agree with you on that, would be a great consideration for us. And maybe that way the money stays local, but we're not giving it back. It's very target specific and whatnot. Moving on. I found a really cool.
You didn't need him?
No, Brad's good. Thank you, Brad.
Don't go too far.
I found a really cool piece of equipment that I'd like for us to look at. I briefly told the county manager about it. Do we have sound on that? So as we know, years ago, You have the M26 and X26 tasers, right? So this right here are kind of like electrified or taser gloves. There's a presentation up here. I said, hey, how can this help out reduce some risk and liability here in our jail? Jake is willing to be a test subject on it. But anything to with officer injuries or correctional officer injuries, less downtime, saves money with EMS and all that stuff. You're not doing probe extractions.
What's it do? What do they do?
When you go hands-on with somebody, it only senses the skin in that same voltage instead of shooting probes.
Is it available to the
Randa Matusiak, Director of Public Protection. You might actually be interested that we've already implemented this in the jail.
Awesome.
And it's in our high liability areas in ID and receiving, and in actually also in the hospital if necessary. It delivers a kind of a lower voltage shock than a taser, and it's only that when the glove touches skin, and our officers have been trained on that. Just a few months. It's something that our new director, well, not new director, but Joe D. Moore had some experience with. I've seen them, not in action, but I've seen some demonstrations of them with AJA. I have not had them demonstrated on me, but yeah, they've been really effective in minimizing uses of force then in the jail.
You had a really
prepare for staff meetings.
Listen, I can do whatever you need me to do.
You had a really big fella come in earlier, one of our corrections guys.
Yeah, Captain Riley.
Captain Riley.
Yeah, he doesn't need the glove, but he's trained in it and everything. Yeah.
Can we do a demonstration
of him on him?
I want to do it on him.
We can do whatever.
That might not even phase him. I don't know. We have to crank the voltage up. So.
No, that's great news. Thank you for that, man. I was excited. I said, man, this is pretty cool. I bet you. But that's just a testament to see how great these guys are. And last thing too, I got a couple complaints for our new parking regulations, and just the consistency I've seen 2 or 3
you're talking about the beach?
Yeah. Okay. And parking lot, off beach parking. And I know we want to maximize our revenue with that, right? But how do we do it? The complaints that I'm getting are, listen, I pulled over for lunch with my wife. I'm old. I came back to a $71 ticket. I'm a resident, or this. I don't know if that's the right message to use. Is there, Chair, Council, and I want to hear Mr. Kent's thing, and it's not something we have to really go forward with today, but we can have it come back. Is there a way, County Manager, that we can have, like, is there meters that we can put in some areas that you can buy 30 minutes or buy a half hour, maybe at a little bit higher rate than normal, but not? It's just, it would leave a bad taste in people's mouth. I would be upset if I come back to a $70-something ticket, and.
Yeah, I mean, we could take a look, but it'll definitely require you guys to change some of what you've put in place. So we'll have to look at that as far as where and how. But there may be like a short-term parking, what you're looking for.
Yeah, because it's happened like three or four times, and I'll send them to you.
Are they county residents?
Yeah.
So
county residents,
couldn't they just park on the beach?
Well, or the lots. The county residents, that's a matter of making sure that they get properly registered, and then they can do that. And I think with time we'll get better, and we're working very hard on that. And I think they've got a number, but it's nearing 100,000 people have registered. So we're good.
I will also add, when resident complaints have been forwarded to staff from council members, or they've just come directly to us from residents, we have generally worked to relieve them of that fine and allow them the opportunity to register. So I think we've taken a very lenient perspective in these first months of the program. There will probably need to be a decision at some point in the future when that leniency sort of rolls down And the expectation is people will have registered. But the hourly or changing the way that we rate it may be something we can talk with our vendor about different options for that. Yeah. We are in a pilot program where we'll come back and talk, more about the beach parking at the end of the year also.
No, and no, I appreciate that, guys. And like with anything, there's unintended consequences, and if we can just keep track of those, and that way we can get better. So no, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. That brings up a question for me. We're probably all getting a ton of emails about the Dog Beach renewal. When does that come up?
At your next meeting, April 1st.
The next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. How did the public know that?
We've been working closely with Daytona Dog Beach Inc., Nanette Petrella and her group, and so
she's letting them know.
That's all Nanette and her very large and extensive volunteer group that's been working with us.
Okay. Just a couple, I'm not going to go back to Brad, that's all right. But George, I want a couple of things that I appreciate you taking up the Miller Lake questions that came up again. We do hear them every 2 weeks. The property that we just bought today, the horse farm, I think Ben said we just bought that so nobody else could. I don't think that was going to be a problem, but is there anything that we could do with it to help lower water?
Well, we'll look at that. Sure. The trick is the 6 others that we bought were a higher elevation, and therefore, because they're on the upland, we could take that dirt out of there and create more capacity. Now, this is the lowest point, and in theory, you could, when it all dries out, you could take more out of there, which would then take a little longer to elevate, depending on maybe the groundwater situation. But the first thing is just to get it cleaned up and get those buildings out of there, and then we'll look at how it could be used, either for creating more capacity or, if we were to put a permanent pump station or something, there'll be uses. We'll look at the property to see how we would use it best.
Okay. I know we looked at the pictures. For anybody that's been out there, including you, I know you've been there, you've looked at it, you've assessed the situation. The water is there's still docks underwater. I know why the people are here. There's still one home.
Absolutely. I mean, we realize, and I think an ideal situation, I think I mentioned before, we really have to work with St. John's Water Management and get an established elevation in there that anything above that, then no matter what time of the year, that we could turn the pumps on. Right now it's by emergency authorization, right. But they're going to have to study it and say, well, for a healthy lake, it should be at X elevation. And we've done that, or I've helped the city of Deltona, because a lot of what we did before was in Deltona, which then they took it on as a city. But we set elevations on a lot of their lakes, kind of the pump-on elevation, so that they didn't necessarily have to wait for an emergency authorization. Because my concern is, what their concern partly is, in terms of it's not necessarily always storms. It's days and days and days of rain, raising the water table. And is there a point where we could turn on those pumps and maintain a certain capacity in that lake? And that's really where we have to get with the district. In very preliminary conversations, they seemed amenable to doing exactly something like that. So,
St. John's?
Yes.
Good. The DeBerry pit is full. We can't pump there right now.
Right. And what we're looking there too is, if we continue to use that, we might need to look at some different routes so that we're not invading their system, so to speak, or going through their system, that maybe it could go around and to that area. And then they may need some help with the district and the DOT to maybe, again, be allowed to do the same thing. Can they take their pond there, their borrow pit, and draw it down, which is what we're hoping right now it's going to go down, but it'd be better if they could draw it down to the river so that we would, again, you'd have that safety valve, that capacity sitting there waiting to be used. And that was why, again, they contacted us and said, hey, we loved helping, but we're nervous and we like to bring that down. And of course, it works in a chain event, right? So you got to go ahead, you get them down, then you work your way back up the chain to see, where you can go. You got any kind of pumping, you have to pump to somewhere with capacity. So build the capacity down there, then maybe we can do some more pumping. But they're going to have to feel good about keeping their pond, their part dry. And like I say, if I could get to the river directly, that might take them out of the equation. But I will say, just throwing some napkin numbers around, you're talking, this won't be a tiny endeavor. It's a lot of money. These systems, I think DeBerry put $30 million into their system. And it was a system that, again, already existed. They just upgraded a lot of it because we put the systems in years ago, the pumps in before the DeBerry was even a city. So, it'll be a big endeavor when it gets done. In the meantime, we'll have to depend on emergency pumping and try to stay out ahead of it. And again, dry weather, I have seen that thing down, and if we get right now, I know every rainstorm they're getting a little nervous, but we are having a lot of dry days, and I've seen a lot of other places that have receded. So with a little luck, maybe we won't have as wet a summer as we've had in the past couple of years.
Yeah. We could use that luck. The DOT St. John's have been helpful in pumping this. Now it's stopped because the pit is full. Just west of this area, is all that land private and unavailable to pump it? We can't just flood somebody else out either, but is that all private land?
It is. We would have to get permission. And Ben has been in contact with one of the landowners over there. So there may be some possibility to do some pumping in that direction. But but it is private. So right now, and there is a lake back in behind there as well, but that lake goes right up to the DeBerry Country Club, and where they're having elevation problems with houses there. So you can't move it from one place that's flooding to another place is flooding. It's got to be to somewhere that has that capacity. So there's land to the west. There's a big TV tower on it. But there might be maybe some room down that area. Eventually, you can get to the river, but you got to get under the railroad track, and which would again be the DOT. The DOT owns the track, but we can work with them, and we've already had some preliminary conversations about maybe going out that way. You get to Dutchman's Bend, which is a road out and a ditch system that might take it to the river. But at St. John's, though, we'll have to work with them again on what circumstances are you going to take it to the river and what elevation, because, again, they toughened their stance in the last few years. If you got houses flooding along the river, they're not going to want you to put any water in it. So that's what we ran into this year was, where are you going to pump it to?
Right. That's the $1 million question when I talk to St. John's or anybody else. It's just...
Right.
We don't have places to put water. My last question, and I hope that the people of around Miller Lake will listen to this later and see that the council did take it up, that staff took it up. I know the frustration. I've been there. I've looked at it. I've looked at the permit, and the permit seems clear to me that it was for the professional building to take that water. That's what the weir was for. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But is all that water can't be coming from the underground water storage at the professional building, can it?
No, I mean, I'll have Ben go, but you're talking about a very, very large basin. So, I mean, it's 6 to 9, he'll have the acreage, but it's many, many acres. It's not just coming from that shopping center in that area. That is a definite contributor.
Isn't that what the permit was written for?
The permit was written because when the Royal Oak Shopping Center was originally built in the 80s or whenever that was, they didn't have a retention pond. They had what we called an underground exfiltration system, which you've seen in some of the LID discussions.
Ferguson.
It's an underground vault system, essentially, where large drain fields. So the stormwater from their development, from their parking lot, would go into the inlets and into the pipes and then drain into the ground. And then what happened, I think going back to 04 and then definitely in Fay, is that parking lot in that Royal Oak Center is low. It's kind of lower than everything around it on that side of 1792. It's still higher than Miller Lake, but in that area. And so when they get those large rain events, basically any underground exfiltration system has no emergency pop-off. It cannot go anywhere. It's just filling up, and then they would also get overflow from the adjacent Wawa Pond. It would stage up high, because again, that area is the receiving for hundreds of acres large basin. So they at one point had a pump, and I know all this because I used to work for Orange City, but they had a pump in there, and they would pump from that parking lot, from that system, that exfil system with no outfall, into the Big Lots pond, which is the pond next to 1792 where the DOT has the pipe that goes under into Miller Lake. Well, the city of Orange City, I think around 2016, 2017, went to them and said, look, you have no permit for that pump. You know, you got to stop operating it. And this was, again, the previous owner. And so they hired an engineer, and they went and requested basically a permit through the Water Management District to install what essentially is an overflow pipe. That it's a 15-inch pipe, 15-inch diameter pipe, not a very big pipe by any stretch of the imagination. And they had a control structure with a weir. So to prevent the exfil system, when the groundwater came up from back feeding and basically sucking the groundwater down and sending in the Big Lots pod, and they have a weir that stops that from happening. But when it stages up to a certain point, it flows over the weir, goes to the Big Lots pond. So during larger rain events, they have an outflow, an emergency outfall, essentially. That's what that permit is for. It is essentially to provide an outfall in large rain events for the Royal Oak Center. Now, during really large rain events, like like Milton and Tropical Storm Fay, that 15-inch pipe isn't moving all that water. So what happened during Milton, it also happened during Fay, is the parking lot fills up and floods the Royal Oak, goes over the road right there, which is Tremont, goes right over that road. The 15-inch pipe's not moving all that water. It's got to goes into Big Lots like that. Except this time, when the parking lot water staged up, it actually cut a hole right through Tremont and washed that entire road out. So that's the nature of the permit. For whatever reason, the previous owner took the weir out, and as soon as the Water Management District found out and notified the current owner, they put it back in. So that's strictly what that permit was. Now, when they were going through the permitted processing, the Water Management District put in as part of their request for additional information that they reach out to the county and see if the county objected to the issuance of that permit. At the time, we had just completed our project, which created 20 plus acre feet of additional storage in Miller Lake. Their engineer said that pipe would take up 2 acre feet, about 10% of the volume we created in that lake. And then that's why we basically issued a letter of no objection saying, based on the increased capacity that the county created in Miller Lake, and the fact that they're saying that they're only putting 10% of that water in there, there was an objection. There was no objection from the county.
Okay, I'm trying to get to to the answer that these people, they come in here, they've asked me personally when I'm there every 2 weeks when they come, they'll talk about the permit, and it clearly says it can be revoked if it's altered.
It can be revoked by the Water Management District. They're the ones that-
Professional building altered it. St. John's decided not to revoke it. It was rebuilt, the weir, reinstalled.
In accordance with their permit. I think one thing it's important to remember, and Tad touched on it when he talked about stormwater. And he talked about how water in closed basins goes either via runoff or through the ground. And so the point is, in that basin, Miller Lake is the bottom part of that basin. It is the low point. So that water in that basin moves to Miller Lake. Whether it moves over the surface, through a pipe, or underground, it's all going to Miller Lake.
Or through a road.
Or
See,
through
and
a
the
road.
thing is, if you go back in time, and that's what we're doing and studying, when there was nothing there, there's clearly data that shows the lake was where it is today, full. So, you know, there was no shopping center, there was no nothing there. How did that happen? That's because the topography of the land sends the water there. Then man came in and we built a dam across there called 17. So 1792 acts as a dam. Well, you know, if you build dams and you don't have a relief on the dam, what happens? It blows out. So the DOT many years ago put a pipe through there because of the pressure of that water going down. And that's how you got pipes that go right into Miller Lake from the DOT. Now later on they upgraded and put a pond, a settling pond, to help clean the water that goes into Miller Lake. But that's when they say, if you talk to the DOT, their answer is going to be, and it is the answer, is the water's going there anyway. We're just controlling it so it doesn't blow out our infrastructure. And then add in the shopping centers. Yes, they collect more. It's impervious, and they're sending it quicker to the lake during a storm. But again, if there was nothing there, the water would still go there. It would have flown. If you look at the topography, it would have been like a ditch or a canyon or whatever that comes out of there and right down into Miller Lake. So really what's happened through the years is 1792 is act more like a dam. It's held back water up there. And then, of course, now you have this infiltration system you're talking about. And behind that, you have the pond from the Wawa Pond. So it's cascading, but eventually it's going to either go underground or over the ground to Miller Lake.
One thing is when the county bought those properties and dug them out, as Mr. Rechtenwald has talked about, we applied for a permit from the Water Management District. And part of their permit process is when it comes time to recommend approval from the permit, they do a technical staff report that kind of goes through the whole thing. And they actually gave a history, and I don't have it exactly on me, but I'll paraphrase what it says. I've been going back and doing some research on everything. And they talk about the history of Miller Lake, and they talk about how for a fair amount of time the lake's dry, and then in periods of high rain and large rain events, it fills up. And they actually talked about obviously 04 and 08 Fay, but they actually mentioned an interesting time in the 80s when it did the same thing. I guess there was a large rain event in sometime in the 80s, and it actually overtopped its banks then too. So they have some history as to that lake.
Well, we've got stuff now goes back, like I say, the 1800s, and we got photographs into the 1940s
that
are showing that same thing. Because if anything, I know it's hard to grasp, but one of the reasons it was drying up in the past is because it was being held back by water was being held back by 1792. It was dammed off from going there, and that's why water management, they have the responsibility in both directions. They can't be flood, but also you're not supposed to dry lakes up either. So at the end of the day, they're trying to make that balance. And that's what we're trying to say. Is we got to get to what that balance elevation is and then be able to maintain it. That's the trick to the whole thing. You can't pump the thing dry. If I was living there and I didn't like a lake, I'm sure I'd want it pumped dry. But St. John's not going to let you do that because they have the responsibility of keeping that balance in there. And that's why also when you see development, we've talked about any kind of development, pre and post, the amount of water that left that site before we ever got there is still supposed to leave that site to go down and nourish that lake, put water in that lake or in that wetlands, whatever is downstream. So otherwise, yeah, it'd be great if you held it all up, but you'll be drying up something you weren't supposed to dry up. I mean, and that's in a nutshell.
But here's the impasse with that community, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm really trying to help them understand, help me understand. But you've heard them say it. They went through Ian and Nicole, and this didn't happen. They've lived there many years. Now, you're talking about photographs that show it's been the water level's been this high. They've lived there a lot of years. Somebody said this morning they've lost 50-year-old oak trees. Why is it so different now?
Well, first of all, Ian and Nicole in that part of the county did not get near the amount of rain that Milton got. And, part of it is Milton in that particular location was a storm. I mean, in the Orange City DeLand location is a storm that, frankly, we haven't seen in a long time in this part of Volusia County. Faye is the closest thing we had to that type of storm, but you've had similar. I know there's some folks that have lived there during Faye and some of that, and I know some of the folks that have been in here haven't, and I know for a fact that they weren't here during Faye. And so what I would say to that is that particular lake, when we get rain events like Milton, Faye, or whatever happened in the 80s or 04, this is what's going to happen in that lake. That is 100% what's going to happen. And that's the answer to their questions, this is the natural cycle for lakes like that. And it's not just that lake. There's Lake Gertie. I mean, you can go through some of the lakes. I mean, I remember when I first started with the county, I had a group of folks come to Road and Bridge from Lake Helen wanting us to put a dam in Lake Helen because the lake was dry. I remember seeing Winnemucet with docks, 10 feet above the water. So the nature of the water bodies in this part of Volusia is that they fluctuate wildly, and it's tremendously dependent on the amount of rainfall we get, whether it's a high intensity rain event like Milton or a high average annual rainfall. That's not to say that there's not a solution to that. I mean, the solution is finding that balance and finding the ideal lake level.
Go ahead and do that.
I'm working on it.
But the cost of that, I'll just warn everybody, because I like to be the dark cloud, what you pay me for,
Just don't rain.
But the cost, what we're trying, and I've said this multiple times, the cost may bear out that some of these houses may not be defendable. It may not be cost effective. If you live too close to the lake, you're either going to have to learn to occasionally get at least nervous, maybe flooded, depends on where it goes. That's going to have to be the answer, or we're going to have to buy them out. I don't know what else to, again, because that is where the water wants to go. And St. John's isn't going to let us build a canal. And I can ask Deltona about that, because Deltona actually did that in 2004. They completed a big canal that was on an old plat from the original Mackle brothers. And then guess what happened? It worked. It worked great. It brought the whole Lake Teresa chain down, and then they got sued because people who lived on the lake said, wait a minute, I want to have my dock in the right spot where I can't put my boat in anymore. And so they had to brick up the canal and let water stay in that system. And that's the balance that we got to have. Now, I think they're working with St. John's, and I think they have some ability now, or they're working on, to use that canal more frequently. But that was all the way back in 2004.
In this particular case, we're actually fortunate that the DOT has a force main and a pump system that takes that water to Berry. Otherwise, we would have had to do what you saw on I-4, where they had the temporary pipe all the way from Saxon Boulevard, essentially all the way down to the river, and we would have to do something like that. What I will say is that existing force main, it's a certain size, I think it's 6 inch, it only moves a certain amount of water. If and the amount of water we can pump drops the lake about 1 inch a day. And you heard, I think the gentleman evaporation's taking 2 inches out of it right now. That's great. I mean, combination of evaporation and percolation is what's moving more water right now than we could pumping in the system we have. I know what certain things cost, and to jump on the doom and gloom, you know, you're looking at a 12-inch force main might move 2,500 gallons a day, so 2.5 inches a day. You're looking at $1 to $1.3 million a mile to put just the pipe in the ground. So it's 2 miles to go due west through the antenna property under the railroad to the river. It's 5 miles to get to the DeBerry pit if you run it down the railroad track, and it's about 7 miles for another option that we're looking at. So take those miles, multiply it by 1 to 1.3 million. That's just the pipe. That's not the pump station, which to pump 2,500 gallons a minute, you're looking at a 3-pump station, probably run you a couple $1 million right there. And then you got to do the design, the permitting, and everything else. So you're looking at a hefty price tag to put in a system that's capable of moving the amount of water you want to move if we have to pump water out of there in advance of a storm or things like that. It's not cheap.
To also keep everything in mind, we got all that studies. Remember, there's over 30 studies going on, right? And we got places that got flooded a lot worse than what's going on there. I mean, we got on the east side of the county, you've got thousands of homes that actually had water in them, in the living space. So we're going to have to deal with all of those issues as well. And with that amount of studies, it's $8 million in studies, will probably generate hundreds of millions of dollars in projects. And we're fortunate we've got some money. We've never had that before. So I have some hope, but we're going to have to be very strategic as we go forth, because the money will run out. There'll be more needs than what there really are for money. So you got to be careful. And I know they're diligent, and my hats are off to them, and also the others being very good, community minded. But unfortunately for us, we have to look at a much bigger picture. So, you guys got $65 million of projects out on the street into the cities, into the areas where a lot of that flooding really got into houses. So, and there'll be more coming. So, we haven't even seen some of the other cities that weren't ready yet. They'll be bringing theirs next.
Could we have used that $1.7 million for the affordable housing this morning towards any kind of stormwater management?
I wish we could have, but no, we could not. That was specifically for that. And that might be, again, maybe a legislative movement in the future is, again, to give us a little bit more flexibility on programs like that so that we could use them. That would be wonderful. And maybe that's a goal in the future on items. But even on this HUD, and you got that plan's coming forward, the next chunk of money, and we heard you loud and clear on the last one, and we're doing everything we can to work to, we have to fulfill the housing part of it, but as much as we can use for mitigation and for the flood damage and infrastructure, then that's what's going to do. So you'll see a different percentage when that comes to you here shortly in the next couple of meetings.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Dyer.
Yes, just wanted to mention, and I wasn't able to catch a comment before Mr. Robbins closed, but if you want an agenda item on the juvenile curfew, I don't believe you made a motion. If council wants to do that.
Yeah, can we just add it to Matt's in that discussion?
Is that the will of council?
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
And Chair, I had something to, if you were done, just to kind of help us. I think it would help us out too. When we have people come up and help maybe triage these situations, I know it would personally help me out knowing if people come up with a flooding issue or complaint. I'd kind of like to know if we can ask them if they live in a flood zone, if they live in a floodplain, do you live by water? Because there's some sort of liability that you kind of pay for that, you know what I mean? And some of these folks that are experiencing flooding, don't live by water or places that are very flood prone or have a history of it. So I think it would help us narrow down where we can target this, but also too, you live by water. There's an inherent risk to some of this stuff, but no, good discussion. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh my God, I thought you were raising your hand. I don't see anybody else then. We will adjourn at 8:30.
Just a note, you're adjourned, but the flooding subcommittee meeting is the 28th at 10 a.m., not the 27th. I apologize. March.
I also think the astronauts landed in